competition manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing cube. But after the match starts, robots may expand, but may never horizontally exceed a 20 by 42-inch rectangle. The primary scoring element is a plastic sample, 1.5 square by 3.5 long. There are 20 samples for the Red Alliance, 20 for the Blue Alliance, and 40 Yellow Alliance neutral samples. Another game element is the clip. Each alliance has access to 20 clips. Human players may attach clips onto samples to create specimens. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. A submersible structure is located in the center. Within the submersible are the barriers, low rungs, high rungs, low chambers, and high chambers. In opposite corners are low and high baskets. Below the baskets are the taped-off net zones. On the other corners are taped-off observation zones. On both sides of the submersible are the ascent zones. Near the front and back walls are the taped-off red, blue, and Alliance neutral preset sample zones. April tags are located on the field walls to aid navigation. Blue and red Alliance areas are on the left and right sides of the field. Before each match, 60 samples are randomly arranged in the submersible zone. 20 clips are positioned outside of each observation zone, and 12 samples are positioned on the preset sample zones. Teams place their robots on the field, touching the sidewalls. Each robot can start the match with either one specimen or one sample. The field and players are now ready. The match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During auto, robots may attempt to score using pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. Robots score using driver inputs. There are many ways to score during the auto and teleop periods. For example, scoring a sample into the net zone earns 2 points, and scoring a sample into the low basket earns 4 points, or 8 points for scoring into the high basket. Robots may bring Alliance-specific samples to the observation zone. Human players can attach clips to the samples, turning them into specimens. Scoring a specimen on the low chamber earns 6 points, or 10 points if scored on the high chamber. Sample colors may be neutral or Alliance-specific, but specimen colors must be Alliance-specific. The last 30 seconds of the teleop period is the endgame. Robots may continue scoring, but have protected access to their ascent zones. Each robot contacting the low rung earns 3 points. If a robot achieves a low-level ascent, it earns 15 points. But a high-level ascent earns 30 points. When the match ends, a robot parked in the observation zone earns 3 points. There are many ways to score in Into the Deep, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will result in foul points being added to the opposing alliance's score. A robot cannot enter the observation zone if a human player is in that zone. Scoring elements may not be launched. During endgame, robots may not interfere with other robots in their alliance's ascent zone. This has been a summary of this season's game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. For complete rules, please read the competition manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of the first tech challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a spectacular season.
Our judges are already hard at work, and we look forward to seeing the outcome of their hard work at the awards ceremony this afternoon. They are not here, they're across the hall, But let's go ahead and on the count of 3, give them one big clap. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that was pretty cool. Next, I'd like to introduce our first technical advisors, or FTA and control system advisor, Jacob and Danny. Our technical volunteers knows the ins and outs of the robot control systems we use to run this competition are key to keeping the movement smooth at this event. They ensure the robots are running properly on the field. So thank you very much for that. And finally, I would like to introduce our referees. Our referees have the difficult job of ensuring everyone is playing by the rules. As in all sports, the rulings are final, and there will be no reruns or video replays. Please help us stick to the schedule by respecting their decisions and directing questions to the question boxes, which are located on either side of the scoring table. Thank you, referees. Lastly, we'd like to thank our mentors and coaches who are critical to our students' learning experience and our team's success. Many of you are also mentoring teams from one of our other FIRST programs and may even be a FIRST alumni yourself. On behalf of FIRST, a big thank you to all the mentors and coaches. A few minutes ago, we talked about gracious professionalism. And who better to help explain that than our very own Dean's List Award winners.
Gracious professionalism is the positive, kind, and respectful way in which we treat each other. It's the reason that the FIRST community is so special.
It's about balancing competition and cooperation, and it's all about cooperating in a time of manner. Well, even though there's stress, even though there's conflicts, we should always be in a respectful and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a FIRST setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism as an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery. So I had one that was fully charged and I handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
A huge thank you to our Dean's List winners for helping create our Gracious Professionalism video. Speaking of gracious professionalism, we're excited to celebrate and announce our Compass Award nominees and winner today at our welcome ceremony. We'll announce the finalists, celebrate with applause, and then announce the Compass Award winner. The winner should come down with their team for a group photo. The Compass Award recognizes an adult coach or mentor who provided outstanding guidance and support for a FIRST Tech Challenge team throughout the season. The winner of the Compass Award is determined from candidates nominated by FIRST Tech Challenge students, team members, highlighting how their mentor has helped them become an outstanding team and truly demonstrated what it means to be gracious and professional. The finalists of the Compass Award are Andrea Cole, nominated by Soli Di Gloria, Team 19397. Coach Boris Kaczynski, nominated by Organized Anarchy, 26112. Ann Hutchinson, nominated by the Gear Ticks, 6055. Nadison Wiegen, nominated by Unlimited, Team 1. And Richard Obeng, nominated by Lupine, 18224. And the Compass Award is presented to Ann Hutchinson. I'll invite Ann and the Gear Ticks to come down behind the step and repeat for a group photo. I would also like to take a moment to recognize some key volunteers from this season. Our program would not be possible without them. And today I just want to recognize Bob Cullen, our judge advisor, who's made it to almost all of the qualifiers this season, as well as our head referees, Laurel and John. Jacob, who sets up all of the tech at all of these events every weekend. And last year when I was the head ref, my fiance at the time was saying, "Where are you going every weekend? What is going on here?" And this year when I said, "Hey, I'm doing it all again," my now wife said, "Well, I'm coming with you." So I also just want to recognize my wife, Maria, who has been a wonderful volunteer and has become a huge First Tech Challenge fan throughout this season and is just blown away by everything that's happening. All right, so moving on, first Dean's List finalists are outstanding student leaders whose passion for and effectiveness of embodying first ideals is exemplary. These students were nominated by their first teams in the direct contributions and impact on their leadership, commitment to the First Tech Challenge team in their school and in their community. Please stand to be recognized as I call your name. Camille Gamick, Henry Hussey, Anika Restolgi, Ryan Salto, Miles Flores, Karen Lee, Dylan Cook, Avery Cooper, Beth Duplessis, Emule Papanpali, Alyssa Ugent, Jake Duffy, Naman Gujaral, Sruthika Macha, Akusa Anakang, Mia Pham, Mohammed Mustafa, Jana Sheriff, Marcus Tran, Oliver Tran, Hawether Naji, Samuel Gokahman, Bryce Ryan, Nicholas Silva, Vienna Dushang, Ian Shi, Ryan Peroga. Let's give them all a round of applause. If your name was called at some point during the day, please grab your pin, your semifinalist pin from the pit admin table. First Dean's List finalists are outstanding student leaders whose passion for and effectiveness at attaining first ideals is exemplary. These students were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions. The first Dean's List finalists recognized here today are also nominees for the first Dean's List at the first championship. Congratulations to our finalists, Henry Hussey, Emula Panapali, and Mia Pham. Would you three please come down for your certificates and a group photo? Now here's the general schedule for the day. You can head around for the group photo just in the back there. Now here's the general schedule for the day. In just a few moments, we'll begin our qualification matches. Following the qualification matches, we'll move on to alliance selection, where the top-ranked teams will choose their alliance partners for the afternoon's playoff matches. We will hand out awards during the playoff matches, ending with the event winners and the Inspire Award. Before we get started, let's take a moment to be mindful about safety. First, can everyone point north? Thank you for pointing north. I also want to draw your attention to the emergency exits. There's exits here. There's also exits in the pits. Fire extinguishers are located around the room in the corner of the pits. Keeping us safe is everyone's responsibility. So during the course of the event, please help us keep walkways and exits clear. And if you see something unsafe, like a tripping hazard or a spill, please correct the issue immediately or ask a pit admin for help right here at this table. In addition to physical safety, let's also talk about emotional or psychological safety. Everyone here deserves to have a safe, nurturing, and fun experience. If something or someone is making you feel uncomfortable, please find a trusted adult and ask for help. We are a community who looks out for each other, so if you see someone who might be struggling, please check in with them and see how you can help. Thank you for helping us keep the event safe today. I also want to take a moment for Ann Hutchinson, and looks like they took their group photo. Their team prepared a quick video, and I would like to share that with you all about her contributions to her team and the FIRST community in general. So if we could play the Compass Award video.
FIRST tech challenges are difficult, and anyone who's been part of the FIRST community knows. All success stems from having a great coach. In our case, that's been our coach Anne, who's led the way in the 13 years she's been coaching our team, the Geartics.
A big part of Anne's coaching is her dedication. She puts in at least 10 hours a week, 40 weeks a year, every year for us. She even turned her basement into a year-round robotics lab.
But what makes Anne such a great coach? My favorite part of working with Anne is her idea that robots should be fun. When we brainstorm with Anne, no idea, no matter how wild, is discounted. This principle has allowed us to make some pretty cool stuff in the past. Another basis of her coaching has been the idea that we're the ones who make the decisions while she nudges us in the right direction.
And all that's just for FTC.
Since 2002, Anne has organized and supported almost 100 FLL and FLL Explorer teams in our town.
All of this has made it difficult for any STEM-loving kid in Lincoln over the past 2 decades to not be connected with Anne in some way.
Anne has been an amazing mentor for me for 8 years. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Anne. One more round of applause. Thank you very much. Before we begin the matches, please rise for the singing of our national anthem. Let's welcome Wentworth's very own Rihanna and member of the COF Choir and Admissions Ambassador team.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glares, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Rihanna Butat, for singing a wonderful rendition of our national anthem. Teams, are you ready to dive into the deep? I said, are you ready to dive into the deep? All right, teams in the first match, start your robots as we begin with match number 1 of the 2024-2025 First Tech Challenge season here at Wentworth. Good luck to everyone's competing today. The other voices you'll be hearing are our game announcers. Let's welcome Colin Keegan and Matthew Allen.
All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to qualification round 1 of the Massachusetts State Championship. On the Red Alliance, we have teams 7245 Big Green and 12589 Pioneer Robotics. And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 17218 Brookline Bots and 19397 Soli Dio Gloria. All right, then let's get this match started in... Oh, sorry. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And 3 robots often moving Big Green with a very quick score in that upper zone. Looks like Pioneers trying to get some of those samples into their human player zone to become specimens. Over here, Soli Dio Gloria trying to get in that top net, but it looks like their robot hasn't correctly intaked, and they unfortunately don't have anything to score. Big Green cycling sample after sample into that top zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And heading into teleop, looks like Pioneer immediately extending their intake into that zone to get... Looks like they're trying to get an Alliance-specific sample. Meanwhile, Brookline Bots clipping a specimen to the high submersible bar. Soli Dio Gloria going for a sample in the high basket, as Pioneer now is getting those specimens from their human player and placing them on the high rung. Blue Alliance has 2 specimens on the high rung, but it looks like Red Alliance might be able to outpace them. They have a lot staged in the human player zone ready to go. Red Alliance also has a lot... Oh, and Soli Dio Gloria looks like their wiring harness has disconnected from the control hub portion of the robot. Looks like they're trying to figure out what they can still do with their robot with that electrical system broken. Big Green continues to just intake sample after sample and score in that high basket zone. Brookline Bots looks to be grabbing another specimen.
Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get thumbs up if we're ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Lovely. Referees, are we ready? And table is ready. So with that, let's get qualification 2 kicked off in 3, 2, 1. Several Autonomous taking the way immediately here, specifically with 18-15-3 scoring into the higher bucket 3 times now. Very impressive. And with 10 seconds left, it looks like they're going to be trying to go, but unfortunately they missed another. Team 1 getting 2 specimen and trying for a third, and they do so successfully as time runs out.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Impressive scores starting out this match from both alliances. It truly will be a close match either way. 18-153 moving samples to their human player such that it can be converted into specimens. Team 1's going into the higher bucket now after what looked like some technical difficulties. Looks like they've come back and are ready for action. Red Alliance attempting to score a specimen, but having some difficulties attempting once again. Team 1 working really quickly out here to score into the higher bucket as quickly and as efficiently as they can. And with that whistle, we have entered the end game period. 30 seconds left in the match with Red Alliance 18153 still working to score that specimen, and it looks like they're having some technical difficulties. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance Team 1 continues scoring while their partner 4096 has been slowly scoring specimen the entire match.
All right, everyone, let's look at the scores from match number 1. That's a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 203 to 104. Looks like about 45 points of foul helped out the Blue Alliance, but it wasn't enough to defeat the really overwhelming lead that Red Alliance had from that sample scoring.
So either give her a signal or stop talking and then show preview. Okay, now preview.
All right, everyone, and let's meet our teams for match number 3. On the Red Alliance, we've got 11723 Canton Gearhounds and 6055 Geartex. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 18438 Wolfpack Machina and 14864 Wilmington Wired Wildcats. All right. Red Alliance, are you ready?
They're approaching.
All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots off on a move in auto. Gearhounds trying to score in that basket, but looks like they dropped that sample. Geartix going to get specimens from their human player to score on to the sample zone. Meanwhile, Wildcats scoring specimen after specimen. Wolfpack looks to be having an issue with their intake.
Drivers, pick up your
And
controllers.
Geartix with a specimen in possession,
2,
heading into teleop.
1.
And right off the bat, Wolfpack ejecting that second sample that they were holding to not get the possession penalty, doing some crazy things with their depositor. Wildcats looks to be going for a sample in the middle. Looks like they're going for an Alliance-specific sample, trying to make some specimens out of those to clip. Obviously, this is one of the really big strategy decisions of this game, is how much you emphasize basket versus the specimens. The specimens are slightly more points, but they also have slightly longer cycle times because you have to bring them to your human player to clip. Wolfpack once again trying to get to that high basket. Geartix with sample after sample in high basket on their side, racking up points for the Red Alliance with an almost perfectly tied game, 82 to 83. Geartix once again going for high basket. That's going to tip the score slightly in Red's favor. Can Wolfpack score in basket to make up for it? Wildcats going for a specimen. That's going to slightly offset the sample just scored by Geartix. Geartix trying to get another sample. Looks like their intake having some trouble picking up samples that are not oriented in the correct direction. Again, that's one of the big mechanical aspects of this game, is building what are often called touch it, own it intakes, that you just kind of like get the piece and you have it in any orientation. Geartix again scoring a sample. Looks like Gearhounds is going for, whoa, a very fast, very energetic climb. Geartix also climbing. Wolfpack going for a climb, as well as their alliance partner Wildcats with 10 seconds on the clock, 5 seconds, and all the teams have climbed. Just 3 matches in, and that's the game.
And with that, let's go and check out the scores for qualification number 3. It will be none other than a qual 2, sorry, than a Blue Alliance victory. Very close match, but the Blue Alliance had a very good teleop in that area that really pushed them forwards. Now let's go and meet our teams for qualification number 4. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have 52-73, that's Arc Thunder, who are joined by 21-8-77, the Circuit Makers. On the Blue Alliance, we have 24-72-8, North Bridgertons, who are joined by 19-4-1-1, Tech Tigers. Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get thumbs up in the air if we are ready? And Blue Alliance, are we ready? Refs, are we ready? And the field is ready. So with that, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance immediately starting with the specimen, while the Red Alliance goes for a higher bucket. Every single team having an auto, getting that taxi though. Very impressive stuff we're seeing. Both teams keeping neck and neck with each other as Red Alliance gets another in the bucket and Blue Alliance gets another specimen. 19-4-1-1 getting 5 specimen during this autonomous. Very impressive stuff. Meanwhile,
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Meanwhile, 21877 got 3 or for during the autonomous period. Very, very impressive stuff here. 19-4-1-1 immediately scoring into their upper bucket, making action. Blue having a strong lead here as we enter into early autonomous period. (24-7-2-8), passing on to the human player so that she can convert it into a specimen. Red Alliance having some minor difficulties here. I'm sure it's nothing they won't be able to come back from. (19-4-1-1) continuing here to score into their high bucket. Very impressive speeds at which they're doing it. (2-4-7-2-8) slowly amassing a pile of specimens, getting ready to score them back to back. Very impressive stuff we have going on here. Some strategy at play. (21-8-77's been over there slowly scoring one by one. I see a broken rubber band on the field. But it appears their mechanism is still working well enough to pick up and now score into the higher bucket. We're at the last 18 seconds of our autonomous period with almost a 100-point difference, but we're going to see some climbing here from 19-4-1-1, climbing up onto the higher rung here. Successfully.
All right, let's see our scores from qualification round number 3. That was a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 196-148. Very high scoring and close fought match. And now for qualification round number 5, let's meet our teams. Over on the Red Alliance, it's 26182 Brookline TNT and 23286 Laser Robotics. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 23248 Cosmic Loop and 8379 The Parody Bits. All right, everybody, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! Once again, all 4 of our robots are off. Cosmic Loop grabbing a sample from the preload line to score into that high basket. Laser Robotics doing some crazy moves to make some specimens that they're gonna go and score on the high rung. Meanwhile, Brookline TNT, they're trying to score some samples, but they're not quite in the right place. Looks like their auto positioning is a little bit off. They do have a sample stuck in their robot, which I'm guessing in teleop they're going to be trying to get out of there.
Drivers,
a final park from Cosmic Loop,
2,
as their alliance
1.
partners are also parked in the observation zone. Immediately into teleop. Laser looks to eject. Looks like they maybe had 2 specimens briefly in their robot. Looks like Cosmic Loop having some issues getting their teleop running. Laser Robotics immediately going over, taking that sample that their alliance partner had dropped, scoring that in the high basket. Parody Bits scoring a sample onto the high rung very cleanly, going back to push another one of those alliance-specific blue samples in that their human player can then turn into a specimen. They're scoring another specimen right now. Laser Robotics just putting sample after sample in that high basket. Their alliance partners, Brookline TNT, look to be dealing with a couple of programming issues on their robot. Cosmic Loop looks to be trying to get something unjammed from their slides. Meanwhile, Parity Bits has continually been scoring more and more blue specimens, but can it outpace this very high rate of sample scoring that we're seeing from Laser Robotics? Again, this is one of the major strategy elements of this game, specimens versus samples. Laser Robotics, using a little mechanism, they have to push samples out of the way as their intake extends into that zone. Going into the end game, Laser Robotics now swapping to score a couple of those specimens that they haven't yet scored. Looks like their slides positioning is slightly off, but they get it in the end. With 12 seconds on the clock, they're going for another. Will they have time for a climb? Looks like they might. Very confidently going for that first zone climb, maybe a second zone climb. Can't quite tell. And that's the match.
And with that, let's see the scores for qualification number 4. It is a Blue Alliance victory with an event high score of 246, moving 19-4-1-1 to rank 1. All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification number 6. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have 22-48-9 GNCE Diamond, who are joined by 10-33-1 Arc Hailstorm. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 25-123 Windward Robotics, who are joined by 40-29 2 Bits and a Byte.
Now the head rest responsibility. Pass the field baton.
Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get thumbs up if we are ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Referees, are we ready? All right. Red still ready, blue still ready, ref still ready, and the table is ready. So with that, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! Red Alliance immediately and the Blue Alliance immediately scoring their specimens into the higher rung. Very impressive. 22489, moving off to the human player and collecting another sample, another specimen to score. Both 4024 and 22489.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Aiming to score as many specimens as they could during the autonomous period. As we enter into early teleoperated period, we see every robot moving, including 250123 scoring into the, attempting to score into the lower bucket. 22489 scoring into the higher bucket as they slowly add up points. Red Alliance has a pretty strong lead here thanks to their autonomous. Can the blue catch up? Let's find out. One of our Red Alliance spots is having some technical difficulties. It'll certainly slow down the Red Alliance, but will it slow them down enough for the Blue Alliance to take the victory? Quite a few robots on the field right now. Looks like they're having some technical difficulties. Red Alliance attempting to score. Still, 4024 might have a specimen stuck on their robot. Two, 5, 1, 2, 3, acting as a sort of push bot now, moving pieces into the lower rung of their net. With that, we enter into the autonomous period. Let's see if we're going to see some robots climbing here. 22489 has been slowly adding up points into their bucket throughout this entire match, giving them a strong lead here. Two, 5, 1, 2, 3 has officially parked for this match, and it looks like the Red Alliance is attempted to climb, but didn't quite make it in time.
All right, and let's see the scores from match 5. That's a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 191 to 164. Looks like there were 30 points of foul that might have made the difference there. All right, and for a qualification round number 7, let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, we've got 24256 Arc Sandstorm and 6308 Bot Mitzvahs. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 3565 Ghost Robotics and the other Arc team facing down Arc Sandstorm, 4410 Arc Lightning. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, everyone good? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All of our robots off the line. Bot Mitzvah is immediately scoring in the high basket, both red and blue with a specimen on the high chamber. Arc Sandstorm pushing samples into the observation zone for their human player to create specimens out of. They've now scored 2 specimens, but Ghost Robotics is matching them specimen for specimen with 2 currently placed. Meanwhile, it looks like there's an almost identical number of samples in each basket,
Drivers,
with Arc Lightning and Arc Sandstorm both going for a lot of high basket scoring in auto. Lots of action in that auto, with scores already in the hundreds heading into teleop. Arc Sandstorm continues their specimen strategy. Looks like they've set up a pretty good rhythm here with, on the Red Alliance, Arc Sandstorm doing the Alliance-specific specimens and Bat Mitzvahs doing those high basket samples. On the Blue Alliance, really a mirrored strategy here with Ghost Robotics looking to be doing high basket samples and Arc Lightning doing specimens. Arc Lightning looks to have been focusing a lot on just getting specimens ready to go. They don't have a lot ready to pick up. Looks like this is a very deliberate strategy decision, though, because this means that later in the game, they should have a lot of them ready to score very quickly. Bat Mitzvah's sample scoring in high basket and Arc Sandstorm's specimen scoring has slightly outpaced Blue Alliance so far, but Blue Alliance has so many specimens in score that they might be able to make a comeback here before we head into endgame. Arc Sandstorm just scoring specimen after specimen, though. That kind of cycling is going to be hard to beat. We're seeing some really optimized cycle times here. Heading into endgame, looks like really all of these robots are just running exactly as they have in the rest of Teleop. Looks like they're going to be waiting until the final few seconds to get ready for their climbs. That's how optimized this game is from all of these teams here. Arc Lightning going for their climb with 8 seconds on the clock. Looks like they're going for a level 2 climb. Pretty clean level 2 climb there. That's going to be the only climb we see, and that's the match.
And with that, let's see the scores from qualification number 6. It is a Red Alliance victory. Very strong teleoperated period there from the Red Alliance, moving them up. To everyone who is standing in this front area here in between the bleachers and the field, could we ask you to please take a seat? We want to make sure everyone has the best view, so if you're standing, please take a seat. Please sit in the bleachers, folks. We don't want people standing at the barrier. All right, while you're moving to your stands in the bleachers, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification number 8. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have Sense and Sounds Robotics, that is 14-27-3, who are joined by Lupine Robotics, 18-22-4. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we have Control Z, 25-71-8, who are joined by Technomaniacs, 16-0-21. Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get thumbs up if we're ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready? FTA and the table is ready. So with that, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. Every single robot moving immediately to either bucket or samples. This will be a super high scoring match here, it looks like. With 1 scored for both the Blue and Red Alliance on the high bar, now making that 2 for the Red Alliance, and several scored in the bucket for the Blue Alliance, 1 for the Red. Sense and Sounds Robotics is getting 4
Drivers,
during that
pick up your
period.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Very, very impressive scores on both sides during their autonomous period, both over 100 there, with every single robot moving once again to score as quickly as they can. Control Z, a rookie team, has the strategy here. They are collecting samples, turning them into specimens to score into the upper rung. Technomaniacs continue to try and score into their upper bucket, doing so successfully, having very good cycle times, similar to 18224, who is keeping pace with them. Still a very close match here as we near the 1 minute mark. Only a 5-point difference between the two teams. This could come down to endgames, folks. 16-0-2-1 and 18-2-2-4 continuing to score into their buckets. Looks like the Red Alliance might be working with a 2 full bucket here before too long. 2-5-7-1-8 continuing to score, making good pace with 14-7-3 matching them. Specimen per specimen. Very, very impressive speeds, very fast speeds from both sides here, as both have passed the 200 marker now. Meaning it looks like we're going to have a new high score for this match, potentially on both sides. With only a 3-point difference, folks, this match is very, very close. We're going to be looking to see who can climb, who can't, to get those final points. It looks like Blue Alliance has 1 climb in. Red Alliance attempting to do so too with 2 seconds. Can they do it? Not quite, but that's perfectly okay.
All right, let's look at our scores from match number 7. That's a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 294 to 237. It should be noted, however, that in the 7th match, another thing was lost, which is someone's power switch. The power switch label from one of the robots, just the label that says power switch here. If you want it back, come up to the field. We have it from qualification round number 7. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification round number 9. On the Red Alliance, we've got Team 4466 Rabbi and 26112 Organized Anarchy. On the Blue Alliance, it's 19460 Hawk Robotics Reichenforst and 20808 Spartans. One of the refs. Yeah, we have to wait. All right, everyone. Red Alliance, are you... All right, everyone. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off. Spartans trying to score a specimen, but it doesn't quite clip correctly to that high zone that they were going for. Meanwhile, Rabbi, accidentally throwing a sample out of the field, trying to score it in that high basket. But Rabbi's auto once again going back and correctly scoring into that high basket. Meanwhile, Organized Anarchy scoring 3 out of the 5 specimens that they attempted.
Pick up your controllers.
Spartans with 4 specimens.
2, 1.
We have some pretty closely matched scores going into teleop. Reichenforce scoring in that high basket. Spartans very quickly going to score in that high basket. Their depositor flipping down as their intake flipping down as their depositor is still coming down. Very optimized cycles here with those preload spikes. Organized Anarchy really quickly grabbing those alliance-specific samples and putting those in the observation zone for their human players to put clips on, extending those slides very fast and then immediately getting out of that zone to let their human players get in there. Oh, looks like Reichenforce might have slightly slammed their depositor into the ground there. Spartans going to score more and more specimens onto the high chamber. Organized Anarchy gets a 4th specimen onto that chamber. And Rabbi has just been super consistently scoring samples into that high basket. With just 34 seconds on the clock, this match is still very, very close. Looks like Reichenforce is getting ready for a climb at the end, while all the other robots trying to make some last-second scores. Organized Anarchy with a specimen score there. They've really caught up with the number of specimens that Blue has, and now they've outpaced them with 8 specimens on their high chamber with 4 seconds on the clock. Rabbi goes for a climb, and that's the game.
Teams, before we post the score for match 8, please take a consideration for all the audience members who are in the stands and do not crowd the stanchions. If you are on the stanchion line or near the awards table, please take a seat in our stands. Thank you.
All right, let's see the scores for that last qualification we saw over here on qualification number 8. A Blue Alliance victory with a new event high score of 304. Both scores hosting extraordinarily impressive scores. That's going to move 16-0-2-1 into the first ranked position. And with that, let's go to meet our teams for qualification number 10. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have 60-55. That's GearTex. We're joined by 60-32 with the Lightning Hawks. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Laser Robotics 23286, who are joined by Big Green 72-45. Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get a thumbs up if you're ready, Red Alliance? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Referees, are we ready? Table is ready, and the FTA is ready. With that, let's kick off qualification number 10 in 3, 2, 1, go. 60-55 and 23-286 immediately scoring into their higher run, doing very good scores on both sides now. Meanwhile, 7-2-4-5 scoring into the higher bucket with now 4 up there. Very impressive stuff we're seeing. Would you check out those scores with several on the higher rung for both alliances?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1,
That's a lot of specimens that got scored during the autonomous period as we jump into teleoperated period with Blue already at a score of 167. Very impressive stuff from their autonomous. Can they keep it up in teleoperated? Let's find out. It looks like they are so far as they continue to score, continuing to boast that high score. 6055 continuing to score specimen into their higher rung. Meanwhile, 6032 scoring into their higher bucket. Two, 286 continuing to collect samples and pass it off to their human player to convert them into specimen. Looks like they might be having some technical difficulties as they're accidentally throwing them out of the field and not to their human player. 7245 though, helping them out, continuing to boast that score as they pass the 200 level mark here. 286 changing their strategy, now putting it into the bucket with their teammate. Looks like the Blue Alliance's upper bucket is getting close to being full. Will they fill it by the end of this match? They're already at a score of 231. Very impressive stuff here. Meanwhile, 6032 is not letting them get too far ahead as they continue to score into their upper bucket. With that, we're at 30 seconds left in this match. Blue Alliance just passing 267 here. Red Alliance at 130 right now, and several robots looking to climb here. Specifically, 6055 working to climb up on the higher rung, while 23286 sit on the bottom. 7245 attempting to climb in. Looks like they do so successfully as we round off this match.
All right, and let's see the scores from the last match over on this side. That is going to be a win for the Red Alliance in match 9 with a score of 207 to 142. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification round number 11. On the Red Alliance, it's 25123 Windward Robotics and 11723 Canton Gearhounds. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 5273 Arc Thunder and 17218 Brookline Bots. You ready to go? All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 of our teams off the line. Arc Thunder immediately scoring their preloaded specimen in that high basket. Going to transfer another. Looks like their transfer mechanism is slightly screwed up. We'll see if they can get the scoring down in teleop, but that looks like that might be a code problem. They also currently have a double possession. Windward getting 1 specimen in that high basket. Very interesting mechanism that Windward has. A double reverse 4-bar on an extending horizontal slides linkage.
3, 2, 1.
Going into teleop, Canton Gearhounds with a nice little dedicated mechanism for just sweeping those spike mark specimens into their observation zone for being clipped and turned into specimens. Arc Thunder, meanwhile, trying to get that stuck sample out of their robot so that they can continue scoring in teleop without getting double possession penalties. Gearhounds going to score a specimen on the high chamber, while Windward Robotics trying to control that end effector that they have to grip, and they have successfully gripped a sample there. Windward's robot looks to have a fascinating mechanism, but maybe have some control issues. When you have that much inertia, it's going to be hard effectively controlling the precise positioning of it. But they're doing a pretty good job of it so far. Brookline bots moving in, looks like to score a specimen on their high chamber, but they're being slightly outpaced here by Gearhounds. 4 specimens to 1, and 1 currently being scored. Arc Thunder, meanwhile, has successfully unjammed a sample from their robot. Looks like they're trying to get their transfer sequence to work, but they may have just decided that there's some issue with their depositor, and they're just going to score directly in the net zone. It's a low score, but it still gets you points. And this is really optimal, is your robot cannot be 100% perfectly reliable, and so you have to plan for what happens if something breaks and how you still get points as fast as you can, even with some mechanism on your robot broken. Looks like we have a level 2, maybe level 3 climb from Gearhounds. Attempted climb from Windward, not quite, and that's the match.
Let's check out those scores from qualification number 10. It'll be a Blue Alliance victory with a new event high score of 305. Very impressive scores from both sides, though, that I want to comment on. That's going to move 72-45 up to be ranked 5th overall. And with that, let's go and meet our teams through qualification number 12. This is the last match we're going to have before we take a quick lunch break. Starting off with none other than Arc Lightning of 4410, who are joined by Tech Tigers 19411. Over on the Blue Alliance, though, we have the Parody Bits, who are 8379, who are joined by Pioneer Robotics 12589. Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get thumbs up over there if you're ready on the Red Alliance? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready? Table, are we ready? And with that, let's go ahead and kick off qualification number 12 in 3, 2, 1, go. Every single robot immediately moving, with 1 being scored on both the Red and Blue Alliance and the higher rung. 12589 getting into the higher bucket, who are matched by 4410, also in the higher bucket, as they both attempt or do score their second one. Both Red and Blue Alliance having some difficulty to get their second specimen up, but the Red Alliance does get one.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, we enter the teleoperated period. Every robot moving immediately to score as many as they can, as quickly as they can. 16411 passing off to the human player to convert them into specimen. 4410 hoping with this endeavor, picking and returning them to the human player. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance has beat them to it with 8379, already scoring some new specimens into their higher rung. Red Alliance is boasting a very impressive score right now, continuing to score into their higher bucket. That's 19-11. That's Tech Tigers really making a lot of headway here. 4410 not letting the Blue Alliance have any comeback here as they continue to attempt to score their specimens into the higher rung. Looks like 8379 is having some difficulties moving and picking up pieces. We'll have to see if they're able to adapt and if they're able to overcome this barrier. They have a sample stuck in their bot that's prohibiting them from continuing. .4410 continuing to score a very impressive number of specimen into their upper rung now. With that, we enter the end game period. Red buckets very full, red specimen very lined up. As 4410 attempts to climb onto the lower rung, we'll see if they continue onto the higher rung, and they are joined by their teammate in this endeavor. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance team 1258-9 climbs on low. Double climb there on the red, very impressive stuff. Are we just posting? Stay tuned, folks, for our scores coming soon before we head to lunch.
The more secure mounting system than magnets.
All right, let's see our score from qualification round number 11. That's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 136-42.
Scores coming in now for qualification number 12. Before you head to lunch, it will be none other than a Red Alliance victory. With a new event high score of 355, that's going to move 19411 into rank 6. Folks, I'm just hearing out that is a world record. Oh, never mind. Back that.
No cycle time. You're good. Stop announcing. Attention teams, we are adding 15 minutes to the lunch break. Match 13 will start at Match 13 will be played at 1 p.m. Add 15 minutes to every scheduled match for the remainder of the schedule. Thank you. Teams, please start queuing for match number 13 and match number 14.
All right, everyone, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 13. On the Red Alliance, it's 18438 Wolfpack Machina and 4029 2 Bits and a Bite. Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 21877 Circuit Makers and 18153 NDA Cougars.
Okay, we already introed, so we're
All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All of our robots off and moving. Wolfpack immediately placing a specimen on the high chamber. They're going and pushing those samples in. Human player really quickly clipping them into specimens. Meanwhile, 21877 Circuit Makers getting 2 specimens on that high chamber. They're matching Wolfpack. Wolfpack slightly catching up with a third, but they're going for a third in auto. Again, it looks like 4029 with 2, now 3 samples in high basket. Wolfpack accelerating to score, looks like 5 specimens on that high chamber. That is a score of 154 on the Red Alliance going into teleop. That is a pretty high deficit to try to make up in teleop. However, looks like 4029 taking some time trying to intake off of the submersible zone. Wolfpack looks to be going for the high basket strategy here. They're just scoring non-alliance specific sample after sample in there with that differential claw. Circuit Makers pushing those alliance specific samples into the observation zone, going for that specimen clipping strategy. They're going to place another one on that high chamber while their alliance partner Cougars goes to put another sample in their high basket. Over on the Red Alliance, however, 4029 and Wolfpack have formed a very efficient machine here with 2 Bits and a Bite handling the specimen scoring and Wolfpack handling this extremely fast high basket scoring that we're seeing here. Cougars going for another high basket. Somewhat slow, but really reliable and smooth execution of the scoring. Going into endgame, Red's high basket almost overflowing, but it looks like they were having some trouble with their intake. Looks like they've got it working again. Oh, and it looks like we have a level 1 climb from Cougars and a level 1 climb from their alliance partner Circuit Makers. Level 2 climb. And that's the match with Wolfpack climbing at the last minute.
And with that, let's go and meet our teams over here for qualification number 14. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have 25718 Control Z, who are joined by 2808 Spartans. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have Arc Sandstorm. That's 24,256. We're joined with GNC Diamond, 22,489. Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get a thumbs up in the air, Red Alliance, if you're ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready? And the table is ready. So with that, let's kick off qualification number 14 in 3, 2, 1, go. Every single robot immediately making action here. Two of our teams here are ranked in second and third, meaning they're going to be trying to keep their positions. Very impressive autonomouses here as we see red and blue both scoring 2 specimens into their higher rung, both attempting to do another one, which they do so successfully. Buckets becoming filled by their partners. This looks like it'll be a very high scoring match here in qualification 14.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, we enter into the teleoperated period. Strong scores for both alliances. Blue falling just short of 100 and red at just under 150. Every single robot moving, collecting these samples, either placing them in buckets or passing them off to human players as quickly as they can so that human players can convert them into specimen to score in the rung. Super fast autos in the beginning, followed up by a slightly slower teleop, but still some impressive movement from every single side as the Blue Alliance prepares for several consecutive specimens to be stored, playing into that strategy a bit. (24,256) now making that decision to go ahead and start scoring their specimen as quickly as they can onto the blue rung, doing so successfully, consecutively, getting more and more points, which we're going to see shoot up their score here on the scoreboard. Red not letting that get the better of them, though, as they continue to score as we enter our teleoperated period. Meanwhile, 22489 and 25718 continue to put more and more samples into their upper buckets. Red Alliance even going over the top of their bucket in doing so. As we see robots start to climb with 3 seconds left, Red's already done so, and Blue does too.
All right, let's see our score from qualification match number 13. That's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 315 to 131. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification round 15. On the Red Alliance, it's 16021 Techno Maniacs and 19397 Soli Deo Gloria. Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 26112 Organized Anarchy and 23248 Cosmic Loop. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! On the Red Alliance, Techno off the line with a high chamber specimen score. Cosmic Loop, however, going to score 2 samples in the high basket. Techno outpacing them, though, with 2 now. Oh, not quite 3 specimen scores. Cosmic in auto going to try an intake from the submersible zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And that's a score of 111 blue to 60 red, heading into teleop. But with these very high-scoring teams on both sides, it is very much still in the game. Oh, and Cosmic Loop throwing a sample outside the field accidentally while trying to score it in high basket. They go to intake another from the submersible zone, scoring in the high basket successfully this time. Oh, somewhat of a little bit of an intake fight over in the submersible zone between Technomaniacs and Cosmic Loop. Organized Anarchy getting a little bit of airtime with their back wheels there, trying to sort out that extendo claw. Cosmic Loop again continues to score in the high basket, sample after sample. Techno is trying to outpace them on... Oh, and Organized Anarchy stranded in the submersible while trying to climb. Techno still trying to get more for their specimens. Solio Gloria, meanwhile, trying to outpace Cosmic Loop, scoring into the high basket. But Cosmic Loop continues doing it into endgame. Technomaniacs looks to be going for more specimens, which is a dangerous strategy with this little time on the clock. With 7 seconds left, they go for another specimen. Cosmic Loop goes for a climb. Solio Gloria with a level 2 climb. And that's the match.
Scores coming in now for qualification number 14. It'll be a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 300. That's going to move several teams up in the rankings. All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification number 16 over here on field 2. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have Wilmington Wildcats, that's 1486-4, who are joined by Archaeo Storm, that's 10-3-31. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 18224, that's Lupine Robotics, who are joined by 4466 Rabbi. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please, if we are ready. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready? FTA and table are ready. So let's go and get qualification match 16 kicked off in 3, 2, 1, go. Several bots immediately making way and scoring their specimen into the higher rung for both the blue and red alliance. Very impressive stuff here. 4466 scoring into the upper bucket, wasting absolutely no time, while 14-8 64 scoring and continuing to score more and more specimen into the upper rung, now at 4.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Very impressive scores from both sides with less than a 10-point dividend between them, and 10-3-3-1 now joining the fun as they kick off their teleoperated period. 18-2-2-4 continuing to take specimen from the human player and scoring them up on the upper rung. 10-3-3-1 attempting to pick up and having some difficulties doing so another specimen from the human player. Both teams here very close, only a 2-point difference between them. This could really be anyone's match, folks. Very, very close. 44-66 attempting, but unfortunately missing to score into their higher bucket. Meanwhile, 10-3-3-1 is moving to place a specimen. Again, having some difficulties, but they do so successfully. Good for them. That's Hailstorm scoring there. 44-66 continuing into their higher bucket. Meanwhile, 18-2-2-4 is passing off samples to the human player to convert them into specimen. 14-8-64 slowly moving and placing more and more of their samples into the higher bucket, adding up points for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance now continuously picking up and scoring their specimen as they're getting them, but it looks like they're having some difficulties with that pass-off between human player and robot. Thankfully, they're able to fix it up some and continue with the pass-off. 15 seconds left in this match. We'll be waiting to see what robots decide to climb and what robots continue scoring till the last second. Looks like 44-66 will be deciding to climb here. Unfortunately, they missed, but the Red Alliance still climbs.
All right, let's see our scores from the last qualification match on this side. That's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 251 to 166 in qualification round number 15. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification round number 17. On the Red Alliance, it's 19460, Xavier and Hawk Robotics, the Riken Force, and 3565 Ghost Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, their opponents are team number 1, Team Unlimited, and 26182, Brookline TNT. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, referees, are we ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we're off. Ghost Robotics scoring a specimen immediately on that high chamber, just barely missing that spike mark sample. And successfully getting one to the observation zone that is going to be clipped by their human player. Another one that's going to be clipped. And they're going to successfully get 3 specimens in auto. Over on the other side, looks like TNT has gone for a park.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And heading into teleop with a fairly significant lead for red, but not too big. Ooh, Ghost Robotics slamming in the wall, but looks like they did in fact have a sample in tow when they did that. TNT depositing a sample into the upper basket. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Hawk Robotics Force going to pick up more samples. Looks to be going for a high basket strategy, but they're having a few issues controlling that extendo. Team Unlimited with a very crazy linkage slide mechanism. Looks to be having a few issues with drivetrain pointing, or maybe with their depositor. TNT continues to just go for that high basket strategy. We saw a very high scoring auto out of red compared to blue, but blue seems to be outpacing them in teleop, and with 48 seconds on the clock left and a steady gain for blue, they could take this match back. Ghost Robotics, however, seems to have gotten back in the swing of things, scoring samples in the high basket to try and catch up with blue, especially because blue looks to be having a slight tech issue. Ghost continuing to try and catch up in high basket score. Looks like they're doing that successfully, slightly outpacing blue with 8 seconds on the clock. Ghost looks to be going for a climb with 3, 2. Can they do it? Oh, and not quite. And that's the match.
And with that, let's go into your qualification scores for qualification number 16. It'll be none other than a Red Alliance victory, moving both Red Alliance teams to rank 10 and 11. Very good scores overall for both sides, though. With that, let's go and meet our teams for qualification number 18. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have North Bridgetrons, which is 24-72-8, who are joined by Sense and Sound Robotics, 14-27-3. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 40-96, who is T-10, who are joined by the Bot Mitzvahs, 63-08. And with that, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are we ready? And the table is ready. With that, let's kick off this next match in 3, 2, 1, go. Robots jumping right into action with 6308 scoring into their upper bucket, and Red Alliance 14-273 getting in the higher rung. 6308 continuing with this. So too is 14-273. Sorry about that. Continuing to score into the upper rung. Blue Alliance 4096 passed over to the human player and is now scoring.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we jump into teleoperated period, there's only an 11-point difference between these two teams. Certainly a very, very close. It looks like 6308 might be having some difficulties with moving, and nothing I'm sure they can't fix in just a moment. 4096 continuing to score into their higher rung. Some specimen from the autonomous period. Meanwhile, 14-273 getting it in the upper bucket. Still a very close difference with only 5 points separating these two teams. Both teams continue on with 4096 continuously scoring into their upper rung, being matched by the Red Alliance, now both having a fourth specimen in the upper rung. 14273 has a continuous good cycle of picking up from the structure in the middle and placing it in their bucket, making good cycle times as they do so. With only a 1-point difference and 40 seconds on the clock, this really is a very, very close match. 6308 having some wires seemingly fall out of the robot, but still appear to be operational and moving. .6308 continuing to score into their upper bucket despite the free roaming wires. With 10 seconds left on the clock, we'll be watching to see if any robots like 14-273 decide to climb.
All right, let's look at that match from our next qualification match last qualification match on this side. That's a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 161-83. And before we move on to qualification match number 19, a quick announcement from Larry Anderson from RoboHub.
Hey everybody, how are you this afternoon? We're so glad you're here on behalf of BTI and the RoboHub. We welcome you to this final competition. Want to tell you a little bit about RoboHub. We have camps in Cambridge, Lexington, and Brookline. We need your help, and we look forward to the end of this competition and awarding the final winner. Thank you so much.
All right, and let's meet our teams for qualification match number 19. Over on the Red Alliance, we've got 19411 Tech Tigers and 17218 Brookline Bots. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 6055 Geartix and 4029 2 Bits and a Byte. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All of our robots off to move here. We've got Tech Tigers scoring those preload samples on the spike marks into that high basket very cleanly. 2 Bits and a Byte doing the same slightly more slowly, but if they can get it all done before the end of auto. Oh, and dropping a sample into their robot, not quite successfully transferring.
Drivers,
Gear takes their alliance partner,
controllers.
meanwhile, placing two
3,
specimens
2,
successfully
1.
on the high chamber. That stuck sample is going to be an issue for 2 bits and a byte. I'm expecting to see them spending most of the initial part of teleop trying to get out of their robot so that they do not get a dual possession penalty. Geartix, meanwhile, with that big extendo, trying to successfully manage the position of it to get that into the high basket. Over on the Red Alliance, Tech Tigers just scoring sample after sample into the high basket. It's a reliable strategy that we've seen used all day. If you can just get a ton of samples into that high basket, it really doesn't matter, even if your alliance partner is scoring specimens, if you can just outscore them on points by just cycling so fast. Especially if you have an alliance partner that is also scoring some specimens, like Tech Tigers has in this match in Brookline bots. Over on the blue lines, Geartix going into the submersible zone, picking up more samples to score in that high bucket. But it looks like it might not quite be enough to outpace Tech Tigers still. With a match at 140 to 117, it's very close, with 39 seconds on the clock. And heading into the final 30 seconds of the game, Tech Tigers just continuing the same strategy as always. Just put as many samples in the high basket as possible. Meanwhile, Geartix going for that level 2 climb. That bright LED matrix very clearly indicating their intention here, while Tech Tigers goes all the way for a level 3. And that's the match.
And with that, let's go and check out these scores for qualification number 18. It'll be a Red Alliance victory with a 1-point difference between the two. Certainly an extraordinarily close match. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification number 20 over here on field 2, starting with the Red Alliance. We have a GNCE Diamond 22-48-9, who are joined by Laser Robotics. That's 23-86. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 4410 Arc Lightning, who are joined by Canton Gearhounds, 11-72-3. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? With that, referees, are we ready? The table is ready. So let's go and kick off qualification 20 in 3, 2, 1, go. Every single robot immediately jumping right into action with 11-72-3 getting a taxi, and every other robot either scoring specimen on their upper rung or moving to score into the upper bucket. 4410 is rapidly working to keep pace and even exceed the cycle speed of 22-489, doing so successfully here.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Jumping straight into teleop, Red has a strong lead here, starting with 150 points, something the Blue Alliance will be working to catch up with. But now that 11-7-2-3 is back in action, can they do it? Let's find out. 4410 placing as many samples as they can from the center into the upper bucket as quickly as they can. Meanwhile, Red Alliance bots both working to place into their bucket and pass off to the human player. Red Alliance still in the lead and slowly working with strategy, stacking up more and more specimens so that they can now quickly score them as quickly as possible. Something we're going to see 23-286 start trying to do here. With about a 40-point difference, the Red Alliance is definitely still in the lead, but 11-7-2-3 is not letting that get the best of them as they continue trying to score as quickly as they can. (44-10) attempting, but seemingly having some technical difficulties scoring in their upper bucket, knocking out a piece that they accidentally placed inside the interior of the robot. (22-489) continuing to score as quickly as they can in their bucket, as now looks like all 4 robots are going to be attempting to climb. 2 of them make it to the top, and the others the lower rung. Very, very impressive stuff. And with 4 robots climbing.
All right, and let's see our qualification scores from qualification number 19. That's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 215-139. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification round number 21. On the Red Alliance, we've got 24-256 Arc Sandstorm and 44-66 Rabbi. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 19-397 Soli Deo Gloria and 25-123 Windward Robotics. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we're off. Windward Robotics not quite being in the correct position for that high basket. Their alliance partners, Soli Deo Gloria, not quite getting that specimen either. Over on the Red Alliance, 4466 Rabbi successfully getting, looks like 3. Maybe are they going to go for 4 samples? Oh, not quite. Looks like 3 samples in the high basket. Well, Arc Sandstorm gets 3 clipped specimens on the high chamber.
3, 2, 1.
Giving Red a very significant 114-point lead going into teleop. Rabbi continuing the strategy that has worked in many of their other matches of just cycling those samples into high basket. We've seen it in basically every match so far. We've got the classic combo set up over here. There's a specimen bot, there's a sample bot. Blue looks to be trying to set up this cycle with Windward as their sample bot and Soli as their specimen bot. Trying to get flipping down. Looks like Soli has gotten that process slightly more down. Going to get some samples into the observation zone for their human player to create some specimens. Windward trying to get more samples into the high basket using that crazy mechanism, but it's going to be really hard to outpace this scoring by Sandstorm and Rabbi. Slowly going for a third specimen, which they've successfully hooked. But Arc Sandstorm immediately goes for another specimen. With that one false grab, they're still going very fast. Oh, it looks like they've knocked a specimen off, trying to clip a specimen on another one. A little bit of a hiccup here from Sandstorm. It's really hard in matches like this, where if your drivers get into a rhythm of doing one thing and then you slightly disrupt that rhythm, your entire kind of cycle and flow can fall apart. But Sandstorm looks to be back on it, pushing some of those specimens out of the way to make way for more, and that's the match.
Let's see our scores for qualification number 20 over here on field number 2. It'll be none other than a Red Alliance victory. With very impressive scores on both sides, it looks like the Red Alliance simply had advantage in the teleop and autonomous. And with that, let's go and meet our teams for qualification number 22. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have a rookie team. It's Organized Anarchy, 26-11-2, who are joined by Arc Thunder, 52-73. On the Blue Alliance, we have their sister team. It's Arc Hailstorm, 10-3-31, who are joined by Wolfpack Machina, 18-4-38. Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, table and FTAs are ready. With that, let's kick off qualification 22 in 3, 2, 1, go. Both sides immediately jumping into action with 18-4-38 and 26-11-2 scoring into their upper rung, passing off to the human players so that they can collect more specimen and score them, which is happening right now. Meanwhile, 52-73 scoring into their higher bucket. Both red and blue really continuing on with each other. Red Alliance having some help with the upper bucket.
3, 2, 1.
And with that, we enter the teleoperated period. Every single robot now moving, attempting to score. Organized Anarchy passing off to the human player very quickly with their extension system in the robot, making for extraordinarily fast pass-off times. 18-4-38, placing into their higher buckets, scoring for the Blue Alliance. 10-3-3-1, passing off to the human player and waiting for pieces to be passed off for them. Arc Thunder seeming to have some difficulty picking up pieces. Meanwhile, Organized Anarchy not waiting whatsoever, passing off as quickly as they can to the human player, and successfully so, might I say, as they now prepare to place as many as they can onto their upper rung. Arc Thunder back in the action now, collecting from the center and moving to place it. Organized Anarchy attempting to place a specimen onto the rung, but accidentally getting it stuck on the robot instead. As we enter into the teleoperated period, or the endgame period, there is only a 6-point difference between these two teams. It is truly a very, very close match that will come down to the endgame periods. With one red robot already climbing, we have to wonder, will the blue bot be able to respond as they pass them by 10 points now? several bots up in the air, seemingly some deliberation about one of our red bots.
All right, and let's see our scores from qualification match number 21. That's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 241 to 87. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification round number 23. On the Red Alliance, we've got 18153 NDA Cougars and 16021 Technomaniacs. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we've got 14864 Wilmington Wired Wildcats and 24728 North Bridgetrons. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off. Technomaniacs and 14864 immediately scoring their specimens on the high chamber. Techno going for a second, but misses it in the intake. Meanwhile, Wilmington Wildcats successfully gets that, and they are up a specimen with almost perfectly matched cycle times. This higher reliability from Wildcats is paying off here.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
And despite
1.
18153's sample in the high basket, that's going to leave Blue Alliance with a 103 to 56 lead going into the teleop period. Wildcats going to build more of those specimens that have helped them out so far in auto. Technomaniacs doing the same. Thus far, this has really been a neck-and-neck match between Wildcats and Techno. North Bridgetrons going to score in the high basket. 18153 trying to get that sample that's landed just outside the barrier of the submersible zone. Techno getting back into the rhythm of these specimen clips on high chamber. So far, Wildcats has been outpacing them, but Techno is a very powerful robot, and now that they are back in a rhythm, they are going to be scoring specimen after specimen, and it is going to be hard to outpace. Wildcats showing that they can go neck and neck, though, with almost the same amount of specimens on each of those high chambers. Techno with a slight pause to build more. Wildcats already has one at the ready. And going into the last 30 seconds of the game, it is 165 to 148. Very close game. An almost tied amount of samples in the high basket from 24728 and 18153. And a extremely competitive race for specimens from Techno and Wilmington. And that's the match.
Let's see the scores from qualification number 22. Red Alliance victory. That's going to move 26-11-2 up to the 4th ranked position. Also, the fouls look like they were a major deciding factor in that last match. Something of interest. And with that, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification number 24. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have Cosmic Loop 23-24-8, who are joined by the Riken Force 19-46-0. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Pioneer Robotics. That's 12-58-9, who are joined by Bot Mitzvahs 63-08. Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. And so with that, let's go and kick off qualification number 24 in 3, 2, 1, go. Three of four bots immediately jumped into action there with Blue Alliance team at 6308 scoring 2 onto the upper rung, but not to be beat. 23-48 is right behind them for the Red Alliance, scoring 3 now. 12-258 continuing to move, hoping to place and getting ready for teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, we have entered the teleoperated period with robots from all sides kicking off immediately into action. Looks like our Red and Blue Alliance bot are both trying to go for peace, but having a whole lot of difficulty with doing so. Team at 6308 extending substantially outside the robot to do so, but eventually leaving it behind. Team at 12-58-9 scoring into their upper rung. With only a 2-point difference, this is again, folks, a really close match that we could see go either way here. (23-248), slowly but surely placing into the upper bucket, making the points add up for the Red Alliance. (19-460), collecting pieces and passing them over to their partners so that they can continue to score as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance 6308 accidentally bumping a bunch of pieces out of their bucket. Looks like they're still in motion, still driving around though. We'll have to see what they do from here. As we enter the endgame period, 12-589 continues to place up on the upper rung successfully. (23-248) continuing and very quickly being able to place up onto their upper bucket. Looks like we're going to see one robot climbing in this match.
All right, and let's see our scores from qualification round number 23. That's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 216-208. And now, let's meet our teams for our qualification round number 25. On the Red Alliance, it's 20808 Spartans and 1 Team Unlimited. Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 7245 Big Green and 18224 Lupine Robotics. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 of our robots immediately off to the move. Oh, unfortunately, Lupine Robotics accidentally slightly misclipping that specimen and shooting it backwards instead of scoring it in its intended position. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, 7245, very quickly scoring samples into the high basket in auto. Team Unlimited looks to be having some code issues with their robot stuck, and Spartans with 4 specimens putting up a very good score on their own with a 40 to 55 auto score heading into teleop. It is very much anyone's game. 7245, once again scoring into that high basket. Lupine going to intake that specimen, giving it to their human player in the observation zone to realign it, and going to rescore it, matching Red Alliance for the number of specimens they have. 7245 with an accidental double possession, but they quickly reverse it. Oh, and it falls back down as they try to score it. They go for that score again, and they get it. Once again, we've got that classic cycle set up with Lupine scoring specimens and 7245 scoring into the high basket. With Team Unlimited having some code issues, they're pretty much stuck on the field. Their alliance partner, Spartans, doing a valiant job trying to keep up with this scoring from the Blue Alliance. They've got 4 specimens lined up in the observation zone, and they just keep scoring them. They're down about 95 points to Blue, but this incredible rate of specimen scoring could easily close that gap before endgame, which we've now reached with a score of 130 to 205. Still a pretty big score differential, but it is narrowing, with Lupine looking to go for one final score in the basket, maybe one final specimen. Looks like 7245, they've completed their climb. Lupine trying to go for a buzzer beater score of a specimen, which they successfully do, and that's the match.
And with that, let's go and see how it goes for qualification number 24. A Red Alliance victory, which is going to move at 19 and 460 up in the rankings. Let's go and meet our teams for this next qualification over here for qualification 26, starting with the Red Alliance. We have Lightning Hawks, that's 6032, who are joined by Brookline TNT, that's 2618-2. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Circuit Makers, that's 21877, who are joined by Sense and Sound Robotics, 14-27-3. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready and the table is ready. With that, let's kick off qualification 26 in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance team 14273 immediately kicking off into action. They are joined by their partner 21877 scoring into the upper bucket. Both these robots have been extraordinarily competitive autonomous periods and proving so in this time right now. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance is sitting, but I'm sure they will still put up a competitive fight in the teleoperated period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, we start teleop with Blue having a lead of 147. That's a pretty strong lead for our Blue Alliance. But the Red Alliance has jumped right into action now with Brookline TNT picking up parts and attempting to place it into their bucket. Looking like they're having some difficulties with that now, but nothing they won't be able to overcome, I'm sure. Meanwhile, the 60-32 passing pieces off to their human player to convert them into specimen. Blue Alliance never stopping over here with 14-73, collecting as many samples as possible and moving them over to their bucket. Red Alliance's 60-32 placing in a specimen in the upper rung, doing so successfully as they attempt to do so once again here. Blue Alliance now passing the 200 mark with a minute left to go. (60-32) still passing off to the human player, collecting as many specimens as quickly as they can and attempting to place them. Blue Alliance's 14-273, very quickly, very rapidly, moving pieces into the upper bucket with a very fast cycle time over here. While their partner seems to be having some minor technical difficulties. 14-273 now attempting to climb with 4 seconds left on the clock.
All right, and let's see those scores from qualification match number 25. That's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 240-153. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification round number 27. On the Red Alliance, we've got 8379, the Parity Bits, and 25718, Control Z. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 4096, T-10, and 3565, Ghost Robotics. All right, everyone. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we're off with almost synchronized scorings of specimens from the Blue and Red Alliance. Now they're taking slightly different strategies. The Red Alliance taking the time to build more specimens, while the Blue Alliance immediately went for their second specimen. Now, however, they are neck and neck with 3 specimens each, once again, pretty much synchronized in their scoring. That really leaves the difference maker in this auto up to those basket scores, which is going to go to Ghost Robotics with those 4 samples in the high basket compared to Parity Bit's 1 in the low basket. That is going to be giving Blue Alliance a slight lead coming out of Teleop, but not enough that the game is even close to decided. Control Z looks to be the clipping bot in this game, while their alliance partners Parity Bits look to be trying to get samples for the high basket. Over on the Blue Alliance, Ghost Robotics solidly set up as the high basket robot, while their alliance partner T-10 continues clipping. Ghost Robotics with this double jointed extending arm, trying to get it into the right position to score. Oh, and they've successfully gotten it to flip down. Now they're just adjusting its rotation, and they've got a sample that they are going to place in the high basket. Red slightly outpacing Blue on that specimen clipping, though. I think they maybe had 1 more in auto, which is going to help them, but Red is scoring these samples very fast now. Control Z with... Oh, and an interesting strategy here that we haven't seen. Parity Bits giving alliance-specific samples into the observation zone for more specimen clips for Control Z. Parity Bits looks to maybe just be securing a park. Not entirely sure. And it looks like they're getting ready to climb with 9 seconds on the clock. Ghost Robotics trying to go for 1 more last-minute sample. Oh, and that's the match, with Ghost Robotics throwing samples out of the field.
Scores are posted for Qualification 26 with a Blue Alliance victory there, which was primarily, but not entirely, held onto by a powerful, autonomous, and teleoperated period. That's going to move 14-7-3 up into the 10th ranked position. With that, let's go and meet our teams for Qualification number 28. This time we're going to start on the Blue Alliance with Soli Deo Gloria, that's 1939-7, who are joined by Arc Hailstorm, that's 10-3-3-1. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Canton Gearhounds with 11723, who are joined by North Bridgetrons, that's 24-728. Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready? FTA and table are ready. With that, let's go and kick off qualification 28 in 3, 2, 1, go. 3 of the 4 bots jumping immediately into action with 19379 attempting to place a sample, but unfortunately having some autonomous difficulties, but they're able to get one into the lower bucket despite it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, every single robot is back in action as we enter into the teleoperated period. Still a very close match here, 3-11 for blue. 11-7-2-3 using a unique mechanism to send as many pieces to the human player as they can. Looks like 19397 might have some unplugged cables, but their drivetrain still appears to be functioning. Red Alliance now having 2 specimen up on their upper rung, helping them substantially with the scoreboard as they prepare for a third with several in their bucket as well. (11, 7, 2, 3) for the Red Alliance, continuing to try and score as quickly as they can, getting specimen up on the upper rung. Looks like we have several robots on the field now, having some difficulties with no mobility. With some robots running over their own cables and wires as they attempt to move. With only 16 seconds left in the match, we enter endgame, and it looks like we have 3 robots that are going to be trying to climb. One of our robots on the Red Alliance, that's 11723, looks like they had a climbing malfunction and might have lost tension there. Join me on field 1 now, as we find out just how well qualification 27 went with a Blue Alliance victory. Very close scores on both sides. We're going to see 3-5, 6-5 moving up to the 10th ranked position. And with that, let's go and meet our teams for qualification 29 over here, starting with the Red Alliance. We have 16-0-21, that's Techno Maniacs, who are joined by Brookline Bots, that's 17-18. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have the Riken Force, that's 19-460, who are joined by Arc Sandstorm, that's 24-56. Ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we have thumbs up if we're ready?
B-Bots, you need to initialize in front mode, please.
Blue Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Referees, are we ready? Can we get thumbs? The FTA is ready. But the table needs just a moment. The table is ready now, so let's go and get qualification 29 started in 3, 2, 1, go. We see 2 bots immediately jumping into action, getting 1 specimen for both the Blue and the Red Alliance, as the Red Alliance moves as many pieces as they can to the human player with an attempt to score. during this autonomous period. Blue Alliance launching one across the field by accident during this period. Looks like we're going to start with two tied teams in teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With only a 3-point difference, this could really go either way for these teams, as most of our bots have kicked into action now. 16-0-2-1 now attempting to place into the upper bucket, but unfortunately just barely missing. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is not resting as they continue to pass off to the human player. Looks like Blue Alliance is getting ready to send as many specimen up as they can here in just a moment. Brookline bots attempting to pick up one from their human player section. (24-256) continuing to pick, and now they're picking up specimen from the human player. They're going to try and score it as quickly as possible to shoot up their score with about a minute left in this match. Brooklyn bots, having successfully picked up a piece, are now going to move to try and place it into their upper rung. Blue Alliance quickly growing in score as they continue to get specimen after specimen, but the Red Alliance not letting them get too far ahead as 16-0-2-1 continues to place into their upper bucket. Blue Alliance now passing the 100-point mark, but with the Red Alliance only a few points behind, it's still a very close match. We'll want to see the hanging period, see what robots decide to hang, if any. Let's check out those scores from qualification number 28. To be a Red Alliance victory. Now let's meet our teams for qualification 30. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have Laser Robotics. That's 23-86, who are joined by Wolfpack Machina. That's 18-4-38. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 2808. That's the Spartans, who are joined by Tech Tigers, 19-4-11. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready? We are ready, and so is the table. So let's go and kick off qualification 30 in 3, 2, 1, go. Every single robot immediately jumping into action, with both red and blue scoring into their upper buckets as well as into their upper rung, passing off to their human players with an attempt to quickly get as many specimen as they can. This really will be a race between several great robots here. Looks like Red Alliance, though, is doing just slightly better on the specimen count.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance boasting one extra in the upper rung and in the bucket. That's going to move them forwards into this teleoperated period now by about 50 points, as every single robot is in a mad dash to get as many points as quickly as possible. Tech Tigers attempting to score into their bucket area. Meanwhile, 18438 is passing off to the human player, who's slowly collecting more and more specimen to be scored later. 23-86 continues collecting more and more pieces and scoring it into their upper bucket. And with that, we have 1 minute left in this match with the Red Alliance just under the 200-point marker. And they officially pass it with the scoring of one more specimen. But they continue racing forward with more and more coming from the human player as time is passing. Certainly a lot of action from all these teams. A very interesting match as both teams continue to fill up their buckets, getting really close to the top, and Blue now passing with 20 seconds left, the 200-point marker. We're going to see Tech Tigers attempting to climb and doing so successfully, now moving up to the upper rung. And successfully doing so. Meanwhile, 23-86 is climbing on the lower.
All right, and let's see our scores for qualification match number 29. That's going to be a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 126-123. Very close. And now, let's meet our teams for qualification number 31. On the Red Alliance, we've got 14273 Sense and Sound Robotics and 4410 Arc Lightning. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 4029 2 Bits and a Byte and 4466 Rabbi. All right, everyone, on behalf of Rahil from Arc Lightning, I'd like to remind you all to remember your drive team tags when you come up to the playing field. one. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off. All 4 robots moving on the field. Arc Lightning going to build some specimens. Rabbi going with their classic strategy of that high bucket. Consistently all day, they have been one of the best teams at just putting up extremely high scores using just the high bucket. Arc Lightning, meanwhile, one of our high-scoring specimen teams. Over on the Blue Alliance, 2 bits and a byte. Doing their specimens in auto.
Pick up your controllers.
And
3,
matching
2,
Rabbi's
1.
high bucket score is Sense and Sound Robotics with that 3 in the high bucket in auto. Going into teleop, the 108 to 94, very close match. 4410 stockpiling all of those specimens for later in the game. They're just grabbing as many of those Alliance-specific samples as they possibly can. 2 bits and a byte actively scoring specimens. And again, we have our classic cycler setup. Rabbi and Sense and Sound scoring in the bucket. And 2 bits and a byte and Arc Lightning scoring specimens. Arc Lightning only has 3 specimens on the high chamber, but they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 specimens in reserve ready to be scored. Can they score them all in the 58 seconds we have left? We'll see. But previous scores look promising for them. Rabbi and Sense and Sound in an almost deadlocked match for number of samples in that high bucket. Currently about 11 samples on blue to 10 samples on red. And going into the final 30 seconds of the game, of those specimens that Arc Lightning had ready to score, they are currently scoring the last of them. But the game is still neck and neck, 238 to 214. Rabbi going for a climb with 4 seconds left on the clock. Sense and Sound going for a park. Arc Lightning successfully getting a climb. And that's the match.
Qualification number 30 coming up on the screen now. A Red Alliance victory with a new event high score of 357. That's going to move both Red Alliance teams up to the top 10 ranked positions. With that, let's go ahead and meet our teams through qualification number 32. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have Team Unlimited. That's team number 1, who are joined by Geartix. That's 6055. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have Pioneer Robotics, who are 12589 and are joined by Control Z, 25718. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. But we'll wait just a moment. Good? Yeah, do we do thumbs again? Good. All right, with that, let's go and start qualification 32 in 3, 2, 1, go. 3 of our bots immediately jumping into action with 60, 55, and 1, 2, 5, 8, 9 scoring into the upper buckets. It looks like 1, 2, 5, 8, 9 might have accidentally damaged part of the robot in doing so, as they're no longer moving. But 60, 55 on the other hand continue scoring into their higher bucket. Meanwhile, 25, 7, 1, 8 is scoring for almost 5 specimen up into their...
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With that, all of our bots are now in action. 12, 5, 8, 9 seems to have recovered from whatever that was during their autonomous period. Still moving, attempting to pick up a yellow piece off the ground. 60, 55, trying to move a piece to the human player so that they can add it and turn it into a specimen. Blue here with about a 40-point lead. A safe lead, but not one if they don't continue to score. 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, attempting to place into the upper bucket, doing so successfully now. The dividend between our two teams are slowly shrinking, but will it be fast enough for the Red Alliance to overturn the Blue Alliance's strong lead right now? Let's find out, as the Blue Alliance is now using strategy to pick in place as many of their specimen as they can, as quickly as they can, with only 40 seconds remaining. $60, 55 and not falling behind, continuing to place up on the upper rung. With 20 seconds remaining, we're going to want to see what robots decide to climb during this autonomous, during this endgame period. It looks like 60, 55 will be the first to take to climbing, attempting to go for the high rung. 12, 5, 89 following soon behind them on the lower rung. 60, 55 almost off, but just barely standing on.
Alrighty, now let's see our scores for qualification match number 31. And that's going to be a victory for the Red Alliance with a score of 344 to 240. 30 foul points for Red Alliance, or 30 foul points from Blue, contributing to Red Alliance's score. And 2 awarded level 3 ascents due to gameplay fouls. Now, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 33. On the Red Alliance, we've got 3565 Ghost Robotics and 14864 Wilmington Wired Wildcats. On the Blue Alliance, it's 5273 Arc Thunder and 6032 Lightning Hawks. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And all of our robots are off. The Stormy Alliance of Lightning and Thunder over on Blue, scoring a part and 2 in the high bucket. Meanwhile, Wildcats going for 3 specimens, 4 specimens. Oh, not quite. They just barely missed the grab on that. 4 specimens, it looks like, with their partner Ghost Robotics getting 2.
Pick up your controllers.
Samples
3,
in the high bucket.
2, 1.
That's going to give a medium lead to red going into teleop of about 115 to 77. Ghost immediately picking up that sample they dropped at the end of auto and scoring it in the high bucket. Oh no, looks like a part of the wiring harness or belt for some, looks like part of the belt for some aspect of Wildcats has fallen off. But they are figuring out what parts of their robot are still functional and what scoring they can still do. That's some good under pressure engineering from them. Oh, it's the belt to control the differential claw on their depositor. However, they still have some control over it. It is a differential after all. Looks like maybe not quite enough to reliably get enough torque to grip. But theoretically, if they can limit the rotation, that diff should be able to do the rest. Ghost Robotics twirling that sample around with what looks like their own differential claw. Oh, accidentally dropping it outside of the field while trying to deposit in that high bucket. Over on the Blue Alliance, Arc Thunder building specimen after specimen as their alliance partners, the Lightning Hawks, go to score in the net zone. Looks like in this match, we're seeing multiple good examples of some really good engineering under pressure. Ghost Robotics trying to figure out their own claw with 13 seconds on the clock. We have a fairly significant lead for red, but if blue can get a couple more specimens and maybe a climb, we could still see a comeback from them. And that's the match.
Scores coming in now from qualification number 32. A Blue Alliance victory with a score of 208. It'll be moving both Blue Alliance robots up in the rankings. Before we meet our teams for qualification 34, I just want to let you guys know that there is a quiet space, a quiet lounge where you can see the live stream with comfy chairs right across the way. All right, let's meet our teams for qualification 34, starting with the Red Alliance. We have 21-8-77, that's the Circuit Makers, who are joined by the Parity Bits, that's 83-79. On the Blue Alliance, we have Bob Mitzvahs, that's 6308, who are joined by Ranks Robot 2, GNCE Diamond, 22-48-9. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready, and the table is too. Let's go ahead and start qualification 34 in 3, 2, 1, go. All of our robots are now quickly moving into action with both sides scoring one specimen and one sample into their upper areas. 21-8, 77, scoring once again into their higher bucket. Make that thrice again. Meanwhile, 63-08 has placed 2 in their upper bucket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we enter the teleoperated period, Blue has a lead thanks to their autonomous period, but one that the Red is most definitely able to catch up on if they have the correct strategy, if they play their cards right. Will they do it? Can they do it? Let's find out. 83-79, already making it happen as they move to place the second specimen up on their upper rung. 21-8, 77, working along with them, placing more and more samples into their upper bucket. Blue Alliance still working to collect as many pieces as they can with 22-7, 89, placing it into their upper bucket once again with 63-08, attempting to place a sample and doing so successfully. With 1 minute left and only a 17-point difference, this is a close one, folks. It could come down to our end game period. (22-89), moving to place even more into their upper bucket, with the Red Alliance having some difficulties collecting and moving pieces. 83-79, starting this endgame period by moving and placing the specimen up onto their upper rung, while their partner places it into the upper bucket. (63-08), attempting to score a specimen for the Blue Alliance successfully now, with 2 robots attempting to climb with only 2 seconds left in this match. Both of them seem to do so successfully.
All right, let's see the scores from qualification match number 33. That's a victory for the Red Alliance with a score of 183-137. And now let's meet our teams for qualification round number 53. On the Red Alliance, it's
53.
Qualification round 35. On the Red Alliance, it's 25-123 Windward Robotics and 4096 T-10. On the Blue Alliance, it's 23-248 Cosmic Loop and 72-45 Big Green. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off. Big Green immediately scoring in that high basket. Cosmic Loop going for those specimens. They've got 1, they've got 2. Windward Robotics, oh, that is a zip tie on the field. That could be wire management, that could be slide stringing. We'll just have to see. Based on the look of what their auto is doing, it's something interesting.
Drivers, pick
But
up your
Red Alliance,
controllers.
because of T-10,
3,
still has
2,
4
1.
specimens on the high chamber. So the only real difference in auto is just 1 sample in the high basket, leading to this being an incredibly tied match heading into teleop. And you see it again here, we've got our cycle set up. T-10's doing specimens, Cosmic Loop's doing specimens, Windward and Big Green are scoring samples in the high baskets. Windward again. Throughout the day, they've been getting better and better at controlling this really complicated linkage they have. T-10, pretty solid mechanics, pretty solid gripper, although they do have those servo wires hanging down slightly precariously. Big Green One of the robots that we've seen that just kind of uses a bucket-based deposit system. Oh no, and Big Green sadly has a sample stuck between the parallel plates of their chassis. That is going to be hard to get unstuck from their robot. Oh, but maybe they can do it. Can they do it without tipping? Yes, they can! Big Green successfully unjamming their robot, going back around. Really great problem solving under pressure, scoring in the high basket with 33 seconds left on the clock. That is 202-148. Blue in the lead. Cosmic Loop continues to score those specimens. Big Green goes for the basket. Both alliance partners going for the basket. Some really nice coordination there. A pause from Cosmic Loop to allow Big Green to score. Will Cosmic Loop now be going in to score? Looks like maybe they've had a disconnect issue. Big Green, one of the few robots we've seen that just is kind of a bucket and not a precise depositor, but it has served them well. And with 1 second on the clock, that's the match.
And with that, we have scores coming in from our last match over here on Field 2. It's the Blue Alliance victory. That's going to further cement 22-489's place in second. Let's go and meet our teams over here for Qualification 36. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have 18224. That's Lupine Robotics, who are joined by rookie team Organized Anarchy. That's 26-11-2. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have NDA Code Gears. That's 18153, who are joined by another rookie team, Brookline TNT. That's 26-182. Red Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up. All right, referees are ready, and the table is ready too. With that, let's go and kick off Qualification 36 in 3, 2, 1, go. All of our robots immediately jumping into action with Organized Anarchy scoring a specimen into their upper rung, and Brookline TNT continuing to score, attempting to place it in the upper bucket, but unfortunately not quite doing so. Organized Anarchy now with 3 specimen attempting a 4th to be placed, and they do so successfully. Organized Anarchy getting 5 specimen during a tongue mess.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, we jump right into our teleoperated period. Brookline bots collecting pieces with the attempt to score it into the bucket. 18224 doing similarly for their upper bucket, going from the middle and moving as quickly as they can. 18153 placing a specimen into the upper rung and preparing to do so once again here in just a moment. Organized Anarchy attempting to find a piece that they want to grab from the middle. Red leading here with about a 100-point lead. Certainly a strong lead with 1 minute left to go. Brookline TNT continuing to score into the upper bucket. Moving as quickly as they can with their ship-styled robot. Organized Anarchy attempting and successfully now picking up on a specimen after a little bit of difficulty with their driving. As we enter into the end game period, Red Alliance has broken the 200 barrier while Blue Alliance just broke the 100 barrier. Brookline TNT scoring up into their upper bucket with 7 seconds left. We have one Red Alliance robot that's 26-112 successfully climbing and 18-153 climbing 2.
All right, let's see those scores from qualification match number 35. That is a victory for the Blue Alliance with a score of 228 to 192. Very close match. And now, let's introduce the teams for qualification number 37. On the Red Alliance, it's 19411 Tech Tigers and 1 Team Unlimited. On the Blue Alliance, it's 11723 Canton Gearhounds and 14273 Sense and Sound Robotics. Also, before we start this match, please remember Alliance selection is soon. You will need one representative from each team down here for Alliance selection very promptly after quals began. Quals end. Very promptly after quals end. All right, and with that, let's get this match started. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees ready? All right, then let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And our robots are off with Sense and Sound, slowly raising their slides to try and score in the high bucket. Sorry, not Sense and Sound. That is Cougars trying to score on the high bucket. Sense and Sound scoring specimens on the high chamber for Blue. Meanwhile, Tech Tigers scoring into the high bucket there. Looks like Tech Tigers has some sort of vision system for detecting which samples they want to select. They're only ever selecting the non-Alliance specific samples in auto. Really impressive, the kind of things you can do with computer vision. OpenCV is a very powerful library. Team 1 now in teleop. They're getting set up to run, looks like maybe specimen scoring as Tech Tigers continues with that high bucket scoring almost filled up, even just a few seconds after auto ends. Sense and Sound, meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance has swapped from being the specimen bot in auto to being the high basket bot in teleop. Looks like Team 1 may be having some disconnect issues. Looks like they're trying to, oh no, they're just trying to figure out which sample to select inside that submersible zone. Tech Tigers, with that extremely clean, extremely reliable scoring, they're starting to go for specimens now. Cougars scoring a 4th specimen on Blue's high chamber. That is a lot of samples in the high bucket of Red, but that is also a lot of samples in the high bucket of Blue. Not quite as many, but that's also many, many specimens on the high chamber of blue. This is going to be a very close match. Currently 195 to 162, heading into our endgame period. Tech Tiger is almost filling that bucket up. They're going to have to start thinking about where they place their samples in the bucket. Oh, the bucket is overflowing. They can't place any more, so they're going to go for a climb with 10 seconds on the clock. They're going for that level 3 climb, and it looks like they got it. Kugiers also maybe with a level 3 climb, Sense and Sound with, I believe, a solid level 2, and that's the match.
Scores coming in now for Qualification 36, a Red Alliance victory. That's going to move 26112 to rank number 1. Red Alliance, are we ready? Can we get thumbs up, Red Alliance? Thumbs up, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we? We are indeed. The table would like just a moment. And with that, the table is ready. So let's prepare and let's start Qualification 38 in 3, 2, 1, go. 4410 moving very quickly, but unfortunately seemingly a bit too quickly. They can't quite control their first specimen in their autonomous. They move in though, pick up the second and score it successfully, going for the third. $44.10, getting 2 specimens in 1 bucket.
3, 2, 1.
And with that, we enter the teleoperated period with 4410 returning to the center, trying to collect as many pieces as they can, while their partner 19397 moves, attempting to place in the bucket and potentially doing defense against blue bots. 19397 once again placing up into their upper bucket, but seemingly getting stuck a bit. $44.10 sending as many samples to the human player as quickly as possible so that they can be converted back into specimen, and Blue Alliance placing more and more into their upper rung to try and gain points. That's 14-8-64 leading that effort. Blue Alliance now boasting 50 points thanks to 14-8-64 strategy as they start doing defense against 19397. Meanwhile, 19460 is moving towards seems like 19460 might be having some difficulties here as we enter our endgame period. But Red Alliance is preparing for what seems to be 2 climbs. Doing so successfully with 1 bot going to the high rung, 1 to the low rung.
All right, and let's see the scores for qualification number 37. That's a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 248 to 243, very close. Looks like that foul made all the difference. Both teams on the blue alliance moving up in the ranks. Both teams on the red alliance moving slightly down. And now let's meet our teams for qualification round number 39. On the red alliance, it's 40-29, 2 bits and a byte, and 52-73 Arc Thunder. Over on the blue alliance, we've got 2808 Spartans and 16021 Techno Maniacs. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we're off, all 3 robots moving. Techno and Thunder on basket duty, Spartans and 2 bits dealing with that upper chamber. Spartans missed their first specimen clip, but they successfully get their next 2. 2 bits slightly closer to their second and slightly miss it. Looks like their auto positioning is just a bit off away from the wall.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Heading into teleop.
3,
That
2,
is going to be a slight
1.
lead for blue. Let's see how these teams set up their primary cycling. Looks like Spartans is now going to be doing the basket. Technomaniacs taking flip duty. Arc Thunder looks to maybe be troubleshooting some issues with their intake, as their alliance partner 2 bits goes to intake from the submersible. Spartans and Technos with some, and Techno drops a yellow sample into their robot in just the wrong spot. Let's see if they can figure out a way to get this unjammed. Just seconds before that, though, some really good teamwork between Spartans and Techno. Very good side of field swap. This is something that is notoriously hard in FTC. That yellow sample is really lodged in Techno's robot. Let's see if they can get it out. Spartans, looks like they're going for the high chamber. Spartans and Techno, trying to do some recovery of their stricken alliance partner. And they successfully unjam that yellow sample. Awesome teamwork there from Spartans and Technomaniacs. Red is catching up on specimens, but with the amount of yellow samples in Blue's high bin, that is going to be a very close match. And there's the buzzer.
Let's see our scores coming in now for qualification 38. It'll be none other than a Red Alliance victory. Reminder to all our teams with only 5 qualifications left, That alliance selection is coming up. Start thinking about strategy, start thinking about who you want as your partners, and start thinking about sending a representative. Let's go and meet our teams for Qualification 40, starting with the Red Alliance. We have Bat Mitzvahs, that's 6308, who are joined by Big Green, that's 7245. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we have Arc Hailstorm, that's 10331. And they are joined by Control Z, 25718. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Blue Alliance is ready too. Referees, are we ready? The table is ready too. So with that, let's go and kick off Qualification 40 in 3, 2, 1, go. 3 of the 4 bots immediately jumping into action, with blue and red both scoring specimen and red placing 1 in their bucket. 25718 moving several to the human player with an attempt to stack all of them up and score quickly. Meanwhile, 6308 appears to be having some difficulties as they sit still on the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A close difference here of only 13 points as we jump into our teleoperated period. .6308 fully back operational, attempting to score specimen into the rung. 10-3-3-1 almost exiting the field and having some major difficulties there. Looks like they've been disabled for the remainder of this match, which leaves Control Z to fend for themselves, something that they are doing with a lot of vigilance as they work as quickly as they can to send more and more samples to the human player so that they can continue to score in the upper rung. .6308 still making it competitive as they continue to try and score as many samples and specimen as possible. .7215 continuing to score in their upper bucket as quickly as they can, with only 30 seconds left on the timer and about a 60-point lead for the Red Alliance. .6308 seemingly switching up the strategy and placing into their bucket. Meanwhile, 25718 appears to be getting ready to climb with only 4 seconds left. They do so on the lower with 7245 on the lower as well.
And let's see the score from qualification match number 39. That's a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 197 to 140. And now let's meet our teams for qualification match number 41. On the Red Alliance, it's 3565 Ghost Robotics and 25123 Windward Robotics. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, it's 18153 NDA Cougars and 23286 Laser Robotics. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! We are off. Laser scoring in the high bucket. Windward not quite scoring in the high bucket. Looks like their auto positioning was just a little bit off. They're going to try and go for another sample. Oh, 2 specimens attempted clip there from Ghost. I'm guessing that that'll be a double possession penalty. Laser successfully scoring in the bucket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And heading into teleop, that is going to be a slight lead for the Blue Alliance.
1.
With no clips on Blue's high chamber. Laser immediately going for that high bucket. Successfully unjamming that stuck specimen from their robot, re-intaking it, and very cleanly scoring it. Ghost trying to get their manipulator into the correct position. Windward scoring into that high bucket over and over again. Meanwhile, 18153 has started getting Blue some specimens on that upper chamber. Oh, not quite clipping that second one, but coming very close. Ghost trying to aim that end effector correctly. Windward accidentally launching a sample. Oh, Ghost attempting the forbidden 4th level climb. Laser Robotics continues to just rack up points in that high bucket. They've gotten themselves a sizable lead with about twice the number of samples in the high bucket as the Red Alliance. Heading into endgame, we're just continuing same as always. Windward is going to see if they can try and score on top of Ghost. They successfully push Ghost down from where they were. Ghost reinitializes their robot, successfully regains control of it to allow Windward to score one more in the bucket as Laser and 18153 both go for climbs. And that's the match.
Qualification 40 is going to be a Red Alliance victory. That's going to move 6308 up to rank number 14. With that, let's go and meet our teams for qualification number 42. Starting with the Red Alliance, it's none other than Brookline TNT. That's 26-182. They are joined with Wolfpack Machina. That's 18438. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 4466. That is the Rabbi, who are joined by our team ranked number 2, GNCE Diamond. 22-48-9. One more volunteer.
What? Really, because you can't see everything.
Yeah.
You're like looking at one robot. When that other robot slammed against the wall and flipped. I saw that. Yes.
Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Referees, thumbs up, and the table says thumb up. So let's go and start qualification number 42 in 3, 2, 1, go. Several robots immediately jumping into action, with both teams having one in the bucket and one specimen being placed as they send more and more pieces to their human player with an attempt to score even more specimen. That's being led by 22-48-9 and 18-43-8.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we start off in this teleoperated period, we have a very strong lead from the blue, but one that is not so strong that the red can't catch up. Let's see what happens with 18-4-38 continuing to place more and more specimen and now samples into their areas. 44-66 placing into their upper bucket and going for more. Meanwhile, Brookline TNT collects their piece and sends it off to a human player. (22-48-9) placing in the upper bucket, joined by their partner 44-66, scoring for the Blue Alliance as they pass 200 points to the Reds 130. Blue Alliance almost preparing to overflow their bucket if they keep going at this pace with 50 seconds left on the timer. Meanwhile, Red Alliance's Brookline TNT collects a specimen and prepares to place it. Seemingly having some difficulties with the orientation of the specimen, but still in the battle, still in the fight as we enter our endgame period. Blue Alliance going well over the top of the rim with a whopping 15 in the top bucket alone. With 12 seconds left, Blue bots prepare to climb, and a red bot zooms back to continue scoring into their bucket.
All right, let's see our scores from qualification match number 41. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 241-97. And now let's meet our teams for the 43rd match. On the Red Alliance, it's 8379, the Parity Bits, and 24728 North Bridgetrons. On the Blue Alliance, we've got 17218 Brookline Bots and 6032 Lightning Hawks. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! We are off, both 6032 and 17218, just parking in that observation zone, but a very nice synchronized park. 8393 Parity Bits going to try to make some specimens. They don't quite have their alignment right in that auto. Looks like we're going to have a very slight lead for blue going into Taliot, but it is going to pretty much be anyone's game.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Heading into Taliot. Oh, slight lead for red because of that one specimen. I missed that in auto. But 6032 very quickly going to match that with a Teleop specimen. Trying to orient their gripper correctly. One of the hard bits of FTC is seeing what your robot is doing from across the field. Some teams use sensors, some teams design their robot to be able to see the orientation of their claw. But it's a problem that most teams have to figure out some way of solving. Lightning Hawks getting that transfer. Oh, not quite getting that transfer. And now they have to unjam this yellow from their robot or get a double possession penalty if they attempt to score any more. Parity Bits scoring specimen after specimen onto the high chamber. Going to get another one. They have one already stockpiled in their observation zone. 2474. Looks like they're trying to get one, but they can't quite get that claw raised up high enough. Going into Taliot. Parity Bits. Oh, looks like they maybe have a red. Oh, and they successfully get that ungemmed from their robot. They've got two specimens ready to score with 15 seconds on the clock. And they drive smoothly enough under pressure to do it. Meanwhile, Brookline Bots also going to score a last-minute specimen of their own. Both teams parking in observation zones, and that's the match.
And with that, the scores for qualification number 42 is a Blue Alliance victory. That's going to further cement 22-489's place in second as we prepare for the Alliance election coming up right very, very soon. Let's go and meet our teams for qualification number 44. Starting with the Red Alliance, we have T-10. It's none other than 4096. And they are joined by Pioneer Robotics. That's 1258-9. Over on the Blue Alliance, we are with Organized Anarchy. That's 26-11-2, as well as ARC Sandstorm, 24-25-6. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Lovely. Referees, are we ready? And the table is ready too. With that, let's go and kick off qualification number 44 in 3, 2, 1, go. Every single robot immediately jumping into action. Organized Anarchy is going to be looking to further cement their place in first as we get ready for alliance selection here very, very soon. And they managed to continue to fight for it with placing more and more specimen into the upper rung. Meanwhile, Red Alliance matches them, creating some true competition here by placing 3 in their upper rung as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Starting off into our teleoperated period, a very strong lead by the Blue Alliance thanks to a powerful auto sequence, but one that certainly has not yet decided this very competitive game on both sides, with 1-2, 5-9 scoring in the upper bucket. (24-256) continuing a cycle in which they pick and place into their upper bucket. (4056) continued to place several pieces with their human player and are now going to try and score them as quickly as possible with just about a minute left in this match. Organized Anarchy leading the way with now 7 samples into their upper rung. One, 2, 5, 8, 9 places into their upper bucket. With only 30 seconds remaining, Organized Anarchy looks like they have just a little bit of issues. Nothing that our first ranked rookie team won't be able to come back from. With 10 seconds left, Organized Anarchy climbs onto the lower rung with 40-96 attempting to place a last-minute specimen.
Let's see the results from qualification match number 43. That's a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 124-62. And now for our final qualification match of the day. Before we meet our teams, a reminder that after this, we are doing the mascot parade. So teams, please send your mascots to behind the scorekeeping table over here, back there. And then immediately following that will be alliance selection. So right now, you should start sending 1 representative from each team down here for alliance selection. We need 1 representative from every team down here for alliance selection promptly after qual's end. And with that, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 45 of 45. On the Red Alliance, it's 18224 Lupine Robotics and 23248 Cosmic Loop. On the Blue Alliance, we've got 6055 Geartix and 21877 Circuit Makers. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off. All 4 robots moving. 60-55 scoring a specimen. Cosmic Loop scoring a specimen. Lupine L ready with 2 samples in that high bucket. They are intaking directly off of those spike marks and scoring immediately into the high bucket. Really effective roller intake there. They have got 4 samples in that high bucket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Geartix with 2 specimens on that high chamber. Cosmic Loop with 3. That's 127-43. Red in the lead, heading into teleop. That's a pretty good lead for Red, but this is a game where the match is not won or lost in auto. You can solidly outplay an auto lead in teleop alone. Lupine continuing that bucket strategy, while their alliance partners Cosmic Loop go in search of more of those Red Alliance specific samples, trying to sort through that pile, giving those to their human player to clip, effectively using that extendo intake. Lupine scoring more and more in that bucket. Geartix doing a valiant effort with the specimens. Looks like they've got 1, maybe 2 in store there. They're going to grab another one, doing this kind of cycle back and forth strategy. Within the strategy of having 1 team run bucket, 1 team run specimens, we've seen today there's also different specimen strategies. Do you give a bunch of samples to your human player and then have them clip all of your things at once and then you just score them all at once? Or do you basically give your human player 1 sample, you take a specimen, and then you repeat over and over again? Blue Alliance has sadly been affected by Circuit Maker's robot having an issue on the field and not being able to run for most of this teleop period. Red Alliance continuing to stack up scores with 8 seconds on the clock. That looks like a level 2 climb out of Geartix and a level 2, maybe 3 climb out of Cosmic Loop, and a very last minute park by Lupine. And that is our qualification matches.
Qualification number 44 coming up onto the screen right now. A Blue Alliance victory with 299 points. We have officially cemented 26-112 into the ranked 1 position.
All right, everyone. Well, our refs finalized this score. A reminder, please send any mascots for the mascot parade down to behind our scoring table. And please send 1 representative from each team down here for Alliance selection, which will begin very shortly. Finalize your strategies. If they're not finalized, just send someone down and have your scouting team text them while they're down here. Just get 1 person in line for Alliance selection so that we can move to that as soon as we are ready.
Can we please have every single team who has a mascot go and send it to this back wall, line them up, as well as sending up your team representatives to the back wall, which will be right after our mascot parade coming super duper soon. Send them now, get them down here. Both mascots and team representatives will be doing both very, very soon.
One representative, each team down here.
Getting a yellow card for longer than momentary entanglement. That doesn't on point and doesn't get carried in the playoff matches.
This is the last call for mascots to meet us in this back wall here. Again, last call. If you have a team mascot, send them in here, back wall.
All right, let's look at our score from the final qualification match of the day, match 45. That is a Red Lions victory with a score of 267 to 106. Do note we have a yellow card on one team for longer than momentary entanglement with the field causing field damage. However, this does not carry with it a point penalty and does not carry over into elims.
All right, here come our mascots, starting off with a dolphin unicorn. Several folks, we have a gearmite, a pirate,
All right, everyone, following our mascot parade, which has just happened, we're rolling straight into Alliance selection, which means we need one representative from each team. Down here, I see like 3 people against that wall. Last I checked, there were more than 3 teams in this event. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. We need one representative from each team. There should be 36 people against that back wall.
All out. And then when one picks, let's say they pick Diamond, tap their name, go accept or decline.
Okay.
Cancel out if you pick the wrong team. and then it should auto-update.
Okay.
Keyword is should.
So whoever's invited is who I'm picking.
Yes.
Then
You announce like the information of the team and the team like their name and where they're from. So like
okay.
Once again, one representative from each team, please line up here for alliance selection. We are still missing 2/3 of our teams for alliance selection. One representative from each team. Please come on down.
Still waiting for a few more teams up here for alliance selection. If you do not have a team representative, we are waiting on you. Please send them up. Wow, folks, what a great day of qualification matches so far. It's now time to move on to the playoff portion of the competition. But first, with 36 teams competing today, we need to form the 6 alliances that will compete to become the Into the Deep presented by RTX winners here at Massachusetts Championship. Here is how we select teams. First, we will announce the top 6 ranked teams. The first selection will begin with the highest ranked team based on performance. In the qualification matches, after the first ranked team makes the selection, the next highest ranked and unpicked team will then make their selection. We will continue this process until we have 6 complete alliances. Each alliance will be made up of 2 teams. The student representative from the highest ranked team on an alliance is that alliance's captain. After an alliance captain extends an invitation to join their alliance, one representative from the invited team will come up and either accept or decline the invitation. If a team declines an invitation to become an alliance partner, that team may not be invited to join any other alliance. The declining team does not, however, lose the right to become an alliance captain. For example, if the number 1 ranked team picks the number 6 ranked team and they decline, the number 6 ranked team keeps the right to be an alliance captain, and the number 1 ranked team will need to extend the invitation to another team. The number 6 ranked team cannot be invited to join another alliance. If the 6th ranked team accepts the invitation, the 7th ranked team will move into the 6th position. Throughout the day, teams have been scouting each other to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, and possible collaboration strategies in the playoff rounds. This is where we see scouting come into play as teams decide who to partner with. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible alliance to play out for the rest of this event. Once we have 6 complete alliances, we begin the playoff matches, which play in a double elimination bracket. In a double elimination tournament, all alliances will start off in the upper bracket, where they will play 1 match against another alliance. The losing team will drop to the lower bracket and face a new alliance in the next round. After they have lost a second time, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Remember, both members of the winning alliance receive invitations to the first championship. There's a lot on the line here, so let's start meeting the teams. Teams, please come on up here when you hear your team number and name called. Please welcome the number 6 team, team 24728. That's North Bridgertons from Northbridge Senior High School. And now, please welcome the number 5 seed team, team 23248. That's Cosmic Loop from Longmeadow, Massachusetts. And now, please welcome the number 4 seed, team 24256. That's Arc Sandstrom from Andover Senior High School. Next up, please welcome the number 3 seed team, team 7245, Big Green from Deerfield Academy. And now, please welcome the number 2 seed team, team 22489, GNCE Diamond from Weston High School. And finally, our #1 seed, congratulations to Team 26112, Organized Anarchy from Weston Middle. Now, our #1 seed will make their first pick. Which team would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 18438, Wolfpack Machina.
(18438), do you accept?
18438, Wolfpack Machina graciously accepts.
Congratulations for our first alliance, Wolfpack Machina. Oh. All right, we'll now move on to our next alliance captain. Which team would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 22489, GNC Diamond, would like to graciously invite Team 19411, Tech Tigers, to our alliance.
Tech Tigers, team at 19411, a family / community.
Team 19411, the Tech Tigers, graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Now we'll move on to our next alliance captain, captain of the third alliance. Which team would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 7245 Big Green graciously invites Team 4410 Arc Lightning.
Team 4410 would love to ride the lightning with Big Green.
Congratulations to Arc Lightning. Next up for our fourth seed, which team would you like to invite to join your alliance?
4256 Arc Sandstorm would like to graciously invite Team 23286 Laser.
Laser Robotics from Newton Center, Massachusetts.
Team 23286, the Laser Robotics, graciously accepts.
Moving on to our next alliance for the fifth seed. Who would you like to invite to your team?
Team 23248 would like to invite Team 16021 Technomaniacs.
Technomaniacs from Acton, Massachusetts.
Team 16021, the Technomaniacs, graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Now we'll move down to the next alliance captain. But before we learn who the last alliance captain selection will be, one last note. Immediately following the selection, the head referee will meet with all of the alliance team representatives here on the field to cover the rules of the playoffs. If your team is one of the 6 alliance captains and you plan to switch out your alliance captain for the playoffs, we ask that you send the captain for your playoffs down to the field. After the final selection, the alliance captain's meeting with the head ref should include the captain who will be on the drive team playing the tournament. Since this meeting with the head ref will cover specifics to the playoffs. Now, Alliance 6, which team would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 24728, the North Bridgetrons, would like to graciously invite Team 25718.
That's 25718, Control Z.
Team 25718 graciously accepts.
Well done to all of our teams. This is going to be an exciting tournament, and let's have a round of applause for all the teams competing here today. Congratulations to everyone for giving your best effort in today's competition. Teams, please send a team representative to meet with the head referee to review tournament rules. We're going to let the alliances talk strategy now and prepare for the playoff matches, which will begin at 4:15 p.m. Awards will be presented alongside the playoff matches. We'd like to see you here in just a bit. Thanks, everyone. No, nothing's up. Yep, racket.
Attention teams, if you have not yet picked up a Dean's List semifinalist badge and you were a Dean's List semifinalist, please come take it from the scoring table. Alliance 5, 23248 and 16021. Your presence is requested at Field 1 for playoff match number 1. Alliance 5, please make your way to the field now.
All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to the elimination rounds of the 2025 Massachusetts Into the Deep FTC State Championship. For playoff match number 1, let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 24256 Arc Sandstorm and 23286 Laser Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we've got 23248 Cosmic Loop and 16021 Techno Maniacs. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, are you ready? All right, then let's get this show on the road in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off in our first playoff match of the championship. Techno and Laser going for that high bin. Meanwhile, Arc Sandstorm is doing those specimen clips onto the high chamber. Cosmic Loop also going for specimen clips. Sandstorm and Cosmic Loop matching each other, almost specimen for specimen. Laser and Techno matching each other almost sample for sample, but it looks like Techno
Drivers,
maybe misses a sample at the last moment.
3, 2,
oh, not quite.
1.
Scores are pretty much tied going into teleop. This match is going to be decided in the teleop. Laser is sticking with high net for now. Oh, and there is a bit of chain on the field. Looks like there was a double possession called on one of the robots there. Techno Maniacs looking to still be functional, but there's a very suspicious bit of chain, and I'm worried that something on their robot is non-functional. We'll see how this is going. 23248 now scoring in that high bin. Techno now appears to be going, oh, throws a specimen up. Their human player getting those specimens ready. Meanwhile, Cosmic Loop continues to just go for that bin. We are still at 54 seconds left within 30 points of the scores of the two teams, but Arc Sandstorm has an absurd amount of specimens lined up and ready to score. And if they can get all of these, it is going to give them a pretty sizable lead over the Blue Alliance. And they are doing a pretty solid job of it. Oh, they accidentally throw one of their specimens. But still, it looks like Red Alliance has mostly succeeded in just barely outcycling the scores that Blue Alliance is putting up. With 13 seconds on the clock, no climbs even yet, we are already at a score above 300. Techno, Parking, Arc, and that is the match. Very exciting, very high scoring match there from both alliances. Our refs are going to review the score in this match, and we are going to post that score before we move on to our next playoffs match. Let's see the scores from that first playoffs match. That was a victory for the Red Alliance with a score of 375 to 267, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a new Massachusetts state record.
And with that, let's go ahead and meet our teams for playoff match number 2. Starting over here with the Red Alliance, it is none other than Alliance number 3. We have a Big Green, that's 7245, who are joined by Arc Lightning, 4410. And then we have Alliance number 6 over here with the Blue Alliance. They are led by North Bridgetrons, that's 24728, and they are joined with Control Z, 25718. Red Alliance, thumbs up. Are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Refs, are we ready? The table is ready. With that, let's kick off match number 2 in 3, 2, 1, go! 3 of our robots immediately jumping into action, trying to score as quickly as they possibly can. 25718 send in as many samples so that they can be turned into specimen by the human player. 4410 not letting them get the lead as they continue to fight and get as many specimens as possible.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, we enter the teleoperated period with some very competitive scores here. A difference of 20, potentially going either way. Blue Alliance 25-718 Control Z continues to send samples to their human player to be stacked up to become specimen. 7245 continue to collect and place more and more samples into their upper bucket. North Bridgertons continue collecting and placing into their upper bucket, slow but steady. Red Alliance is in it to win it with 4410, continuing to place more and more specimen, with now 6 being placed on the bar. Sorry, make that 7, with their teammate 7245 continuing in the bucket with 12 in the upper bucket. With 30 seconds remaining, Blue Alliance has over a 100 point, sorry, Red Alliance has over a 100 point lead. Blue Alliance still competing and still working to stay strong. As we see several bots prepare to climb with 2 seconds left. 4410 being the only bot to climb on the high rung. And with that, let's see the scores for playoff match number 2. A Red Alliance victory with over 300 points. They will be advancing to playoff match number 4. Meanwhile, Alliance 6 will move to playoff match 5.
All right. And for playoff match 3, let's meet our teams. On the Blue Alliance, it's 26112 Organized Anarchy and 18438 Wolfpack Machina. On the Blue Alliance, it's 24256 Arc Sandstorm and 23286 Laser Robotics. All right, everyone, let's get playoff match 3 started. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right, then let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off. All 4 robots moving. We have Wolfpack and Laser doing those high bins, Sandstorm, and Organized Anarchy working on those specimens. And fast clipping here from all of the human players. Again, matching each other almost clip for clip. Looks like Red has a slight points advantage here. But that is a almost tied score, 77-70, heading into teleop.
1.
Wolfpack still going for that high bin. Based on last match, I'm expecting that this is about what we'll see from all the teams again. Sandstorm doing specimens, Laser and Wolfpack doing bin, and Organized Anarchy continuing on those specimens. Wolfpack and Laser extremely competitive, extremely closely matched teams, up to and including a really similar overall robot design. However, looking at the number of clips that each of these teams have in store, this may come down to Arc Sandstorm's ability to slightly out-specimen Organized Anarchy. But this is if Sandstorm can get all of those clips done, because Red Alliance is still in the lead on those clips. Wolfpack going to re-intake a block that didn't quite settle right in their transfer. With 47 seconds left on the clock, the scores are still neck and neck. Wolfpack and Laser are going to fight for the same block there in the submersible zone. We are getting to shockingly few samples left on the field. Heading into endgame, Blue is in the lead. It looks like partially because Blue has caught up in their clips. Oh, and Wolfpack knocks a sample out of their bin. Laser is going for a climb. Wolfpack and Organized Anarchy both also going for a climb, and that's the match. Once again, we will have the results of this match for you here on this field in just a few moments. All right, let's see the results of that match. That was a victory for the Blue Alliance with a score of 337 to 265. very close, very high-scoring matches.
And with that, let's go ahead and meet our teams for playoff match number 4. Starting with the Red Alliance, let's meet Alliance number 2. Starting off with GNCE Diamond. That's team number 22-489. And they are joined by Tech Tigers. That's 19411. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have Alliance number 3, starting off with a big green. That's 72-45. And they are joined by Arc Lightning, 44-10. Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees are ready. And the table needs just a moment. And the table is ready. So with that, let's go and kick off playoff match number 4 in 3, 2, 1, go. Every single robot immediately jumping into action. So this is going to be a seriously competitive match between these two teams, both working with their strategy, 4410, collecting as many specimens as they can, and now placing them in the upper and lower rungs. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, 22489, using a very similar strategy, but seemingly getting one more in the upper rung than the Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Looks like Tech Tigers' advantage during autonomous is going to give them a 80-point about lead into teleoperated period, giving the Red Alliance a major boost in their score here. Alliance 3 on the blue is continuing with 72-45, still in the battle, still fighting with getting as many pieces as they can into their upper bucket as quickly as they can. Meanwhile, Alliance 2 is just under the 200-point threshold and are sending more and more samples by the second to their human player to be converted into specimen. 22489 collecting more and more pieces to be placed in their bucket area as quickly as they can. $72-45, still in it, still getting bucket pieces as quickly as they can. The name of this game is really psycho speeds and how quickly you can get them done. 19411 showing this off as they take specimen after specimen and hang it onto their upper rung. 4410 doing a similar strategy, taking as many pieces as quickly as they can, as both teams have now passed the 200-point threshold with only a 50-point difference between the two. With that, we entered the end game period with a 40-point difference now. It comes down to speed. It comes down to these last 20 seconds as both teams are competing to stay alive in this competition. Red Alliance looking like they made field damage on accident with only 4 seconds, so they don't have time to think as everyone starts climbing. Tech Tigers and 4410 both on the high rung and with their teammates on the low.
Basket.
Those scores coming in now. A Red Alliance victory. That's going to move Alliance number 2 to playoff match number 7. Blue Alliance, Alliance 3 will be moving to playoff match 6. Very competitive scores on both sides here, with Alliance 2 just barely pushing through.
And over here, let's meet the teams for playoff match number 5, our first elimination match. On the Red Alliance, we have 26112 Organized Anarchy and 18438 Wolfpack Machina. Versus on the Blue Alliance, 24728 North Bridgetrons and 25718 Control Z. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right, then let's go in 3, 2, 1, go! Standard opening from both of these teams. We have Wolfpack doing bin and Organized Anarchy doing that upper chamber. North Bridgetrons, unfortunately not moving in this auto. Control Z able to get 4 specimens matching Organized Anarchy specimen for specimen thus far.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Those extra few blocks from Wolfpack
3, 2, 1.
are going to help them going into teleop though with a 167 to 100 lead. Looks like we have a bit of an intake battle over in the center here. Looks like it's cleared up a bit. Wolfpack going to get a red. Interesting. Scoring it in the high bin. Looks like they're not emphasizing specimens that much because they are not focusing on not picking up Red Alliance samples. Wolfpack there with a generic yellow sample. Throwing that in the high bin. Organized Anarchy going for that red sample again, going for that clip strategy. North Bridgetrons seems like they might be having an issue with their slides. They're mostly using their robot to grab samples and then push them into the net zone. Meanwhile, Wolfpack scoring point after point in that high bin. Control Z, oh, and just barely not getting that clip. Organized Anarchy starting to catch up with Control Z for number of clips. Can Control Z make up this lost pace? Whoa, sending a specimen spinning. It's Organized Anarchy. Can Control Z make up this pace that they've lost? Looks like North Bridgetrons is going for a deposit in the high bin. Going for a park, no, a climb. They're climbing to, I want to say that's a second level climb. And that's the match. let's hear scores from that last match. That was a Red Alliance victory with a score of 307 to 150. Congratulations to our 6th Alliance for advancing to playoff match 8 as the Blue Alliance.
All right, playoff match number 6 is elimination. So let's start off with Alliance number 5 over here on the blue. First up, we have none other than Cosmic Loop. That is 23-24-8. And they are paired with the Techno Maniacs. That is 16-0-21. And they will be competing against the Red Alliance, Alliance number 3. Our Red Alliance is a big green. That's 72-45, and they are paired with 4410 Arc Lightning. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Let's try that one more time. Red Alliance, thumbs up. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Referees, are we ready? And the table is ready too. With that, let's kick off playoff match number 6 in 3, 2, 1, go. Robots immediately moving out to score as quickly as they can during autonomous, with samples being placed and buckets being filled. (23-24-8) seems to be taking the lead over 4410 with their specimen auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, it's still anyone's game with only a 17-point difference as we enter into the teleoperated period. 23-24-8, moving to score in their upper bucket as quickly as they can successfully. Meanwhile, 4410 passing off as quickly as they can to their human player so that he can convert it into a specimen to be placed later. (72-45), Big Green continues to place up in their upper bucket. With only a 9-point difference, this could still go either way for both our teams. 44-10 now making their cycles, taking from the human player in as quickly as they can, scoring these specimens. 16-0-2-1 will likely be doing this very, very soon to try and catch up. With only 35 seconds left in the match, 16-0-2-1 is now going to work to do it as quickly as they can. It is a race against the clock for the Blue Alliance to try and catch up to our Alliance number 3. With a 13-point difference and only 6 seconds left on the clock. And with that, let's see the score for elimination match number 6. A Red Alliance victory will mean that Alliance 3 will move to playoff match number 8. Meanwhile, Alliance 5 fought well, but unfortunately were eliminated.
And now let's take a look at playoff match 7. This is the upper bracket finals. Winner of this match goes to finals with just one more win needed to go to Worlds. On the Red Alliance, we've got 24-2-5-6 Arc Sandstorm and 23-2-8-6 Laser Robotics. Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 22-4-8-9 GNCE Diamond and 19-4-11 Tech Tigers. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right, then let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go! All of our robots are off. These are some of the highest scoring robots we have seen at this event. Laser Robotics getting samples into the high bin. Tech Tigers matching them sample for sample. Arc Sandstorm and GNCE Diamond also matching pretty much sample for sample. This is going to be a very close match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Those extra specimens are going to help Blue out a bit going into teleop with a 166 to 104 lead. But it is still totally doable for Red to make up that lead, especially because, as we have seen, Arc Sandstorm is one of the best teams out there at just stacking specimens on the chamber near the very end of the game. We've got a lot of battling for samples inside that submersible zone between Laser and Tech Tigers. These are two very high-scoring teams, very complex robots that are Very, very professionally built. And this is going to be a very toughly fought match by both teams. Looks like Blue Alliance going for intaking samples back from their human player. Looks like they're, whoa, and Laser throwing a red out from their robot. Laser going once again for that red. Sandstorm really doing their best to make up that points deficit by just stacking specimen after specimen on the high chamber. The score is closing very quickly. It is perfectly tied with 14 seconds left in the match. Tech Tigers goes for a third level climb. Laser goes for what looks like a level 2 climb. GNCE is going to be attempting, I think, a level 2 climb. And Sandstorm Parks, 248 to 246 is the final score shown here. I think the refs are going to be talking about this one for a little while, and we're going to see exactly how this ends up in just a few moments. That is one of the more gripping matches that I have ever seen in FTC. While we wait for the scores for this match, teams, your engineering notebooks are now at a table over there. Please send your team mentor to go pick them up. Not a student, please send a team mentor to go pick up your engineering notebook from the table over on that side of the room near the entrance. All right, that was a very close match. Again, the winner of this match is just one win away from winning the tournament and going to Worlds. The loser of this match must win 3 more matches to win the event, including a rematch against this same team. And now, let's see the score. And that is a Blue Alliance victory, 279 to 264. Very, very high scoring match. Very, very close match.
And with that, let's go and meet our teams for the lower bracket semifinals. We have Alliance 1 against Alliance 3. Let's start off with the losers of the last match. The Red Alliance, Alliance number 3, starting off with a big green. That's 72-45. And they are joined with Arc Lightning. That's 44-10. And then let's meet our Blue Alliance, Alliance number 1, being led by none other than rookie team Organized Anarchy. That's 26112. And they are joined with Wolfpack Machina, 1843-8. Red Alliance, are we ready? Thumbs up, please. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, are we ready? The table is ready. With that, let's kick off elimination match number 8 in 3, 2, 1, go! Every single robot in action, moving immediately. All of these teams are extraordinarily competitive and are ready for whatever battle is about to face them. Both red and blue having 2 specimen, now 3 up on their rungs. Meanwhile, their co-robots scoring into the upper buckets.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With that, we have a 20-point difference between these two alliances. And the stakes have perhaps never been higher for many of these teammates. They continue competing, scoring as quickly as they can, 18-4-38 into the upper bucket for the Blue Alliance. Looking to make that a cycle as they do it over and over again for the Blue Alliance. That's 18-4-38, scoring as quickly as possible. Organized Anarchy, captain of Alliance number 1, still in it, zooming as quickly to give their human player as many samples to turn into specimen as possible. Alliance 1 now passing the 200-point marker with a minute remaining. (72-45) continually scoring into the higher red bucket. (44-10) continuing as well, but this time with specimen on the higher rung as we enter the end game period. With the biggest difference between them being buckets, you have to wonder if the difference between 18-4-38 and 72-45 will cost Alliance 3. With 10 seconds to go, we'll have to see if climbing is the difference here, as all our robots attempt to climb. And with that, let's see what the scores were for elimination match number 8. It looks like it will be none other then a Blue Alliance victory. With this, Alliance number 1, 26-112 and 18-43-8 will be moving off to playoff match 9. Meanwhile, Alliance 3 will unfortunately be eliminated. Or do we do that?
And we're going to welcome on our judges for design and motivate. Part about if you're second or third. And first place. Down from that side. Pass in front. Come around the field and take this sign to get a picture.
I'm going to open up the stanchion over there so teams can enter, grab the trophy, and come back here for a picture.
Like, come from the right, cross, get your trophy, go around the sign here.
At the middle, we're about to do awards.
All right, everybody, that was an exciting match. As we get ready for the next match, we would like to hand out a few well-deserved awards. Let's welcome out our judges. Will the judges helping with the first awards please come out and join me, which will be the Design and Motivate Awards. All right, if your team is named as winning second or third place, please stand to accept your applause from where you are seated in the stands. The first place winners should come down to the fields to accept their awards. You're going to come down here and then through here, say hi to the judges, and then back around through there, go behind that Wentworth Institute of Technology to get your picture taken, and then back out around and back into the stands. And now, the Design Award. The Design Award expands on this year's challenge, inspiring teams to incorporate industrial design into their robots. These elements can be shown in the simplicity of the design as it applies to the tasks, the look and feel of the robot, and how the design allows us to think of robots in new ways. Our second place winner is 26182 Brookline TNT from Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. And our winner of the Design Award is One Team Unlimited from Sharon, Massachusetts. And next, we have the Motivate Award. The team that receives the Motivate Award celebrates the culture of FIRST and really shows what it means to be a team. This award celebrates the team that represents the essence of FIRST Tech Challenge competition through team building, team spirit, and displayed enthusiasm. This is a team that makes a collaborative effort to make FIRST known throughout their school and community and sparks others to embrace the culture of FIRST. Our second place winner of the Motivate Award is 6055 GearTex from Lincoln, Massachusetts. And our winner of the Motivate Award is 22489 GNCE Diamond from Weston, Massachusetts. And in a second, we will return to our playoff matches, but first, some information from the Armored Artemises.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anya, and this is Andrew, and we're from Team 16008. This summer, on July 14th, we're hosting a
Invitational.
an invitational called Husky Robotics Invitational, and it's going to be at the Connecticut University. Feel free to sign up on the university or our website. Thank you. Oh, and it's on June 14th.
And now we'll be heading back down to the fields for our next playoff match. All right, let's introduce our teams for playoff match 9. On the Red Alliance, we have 24256 Arc Sandstorm and 23286 Laser Robotics. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, it's 26112 Organized Anarchy and 18438 Wolfpack Machina. This is 4 teams that know each other very well. They've scrimmaged against each other throughout the season. They play at very, very high competitive levels of play. This is going to be an exciting match to watch. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees ready? All right. 3. Wait. Red Alliance ready? Blue Alliance ready? Refs ready? 3, 2, 1, go! We are off. All 4 robots moving on the field. Laser, oh no, getting a yellow sample stuck in their robot. Looks like they have stopped their auto to avoid taking any more penalties. I believe that stopping your auto is a penalty, but it's worth it when it saves you from getting more. Once again,
Driver,
Sandstorm
pick up your
and
controllers.
Organized Anarchy matching each other.
3, 2, 1.
And we're off into teleop. First thing that Laser's going to want to do is get those unstuck from their robot, which they do quite quickly. But was it quickly enough? Only about a 40-point delta separates these two extremely competitive alliances going into this teleop. Wolfpack going to provide GNCE with some samples to clip. Going to find a better angle once again in an intake battle with Laser. There's now about a 30-point lead for the Blue Alliance. But both of these teams are racking up points at nearly equal speeds. Remember, Sandstorm's strategy is to just bank all of their clips and then put all of them on at once, so we could see a very fast swing in the match scores, exactly like we're seeing right now. Blue Alliance very quickly, very deftly trying to widen the gap, but Sandstorm is closing the gap very quickly on them, while Wolfpack and Laser go neck and neck for that high bin going in endgame. I do see a Go Build a Sonic Hub on the field. Something interesting has happened to one of these robots. Red Alliance has now taken the lead in the final 17 seconds of the game. Laser now going for a climb. Organized Anarchy going for what looks like a climb. Wolfpack scoring one final before going for a climb with 1 second on the clock. Looks like Wolfpack and Organized Anarchy both get climbs. Very, very close match. All right, everyone, we have scores from that match. And that is a Blue Alliance victory, 280 to 277. Very close match. And that means that our next match will be the finals. Before then, however, we are going to present two more awards. These are the Control Award and the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX. Once again, Same drill as last time. If you are a second place winner, please stand in place. If you are the winner of the award, please come down here and around to take your picture there, and then back up and into the stands. The Control Award. The Control Award celebrates the team that demonstrates innovative thinking in the control system to solve game challenges such as autonomous operation, enhancing mechanical systems with intelligent control, or using sensors to achieve better field results. The winner of the Control Award is Team 4096 T-10 from Needham Heights, Massachusetts. Our next award is the Innovate Award sponsored by RTX. The Innovate Award sponsored by RTX celebrates a team that has the ingenuity and inventiveness to make their designs come to life. This award is given to the team that the judges feel has the most innovative and creative robot design solution to this season's game. Elements of this award include elegant design, robustness, and out-of-the-box thinking. This award may address the design of the whole robot or some sub-assembly component. The creative component needs to work consistently. The second place winner of the Innovate Award is 18224 Lupine Robotics from Beverly, Massachusetts. Second place. Stay for nothing. The winner of the Innovate Award is Team 3565 Ghost Robotics from Westford, Massachusetts. And we now turn our attention back to the field to play the next and possibly final of our playoffs matches.
Oh. All right. With this, we are in our finals matches. Let's go ahead and meet our Red Alliance. Starting off with the captain, GNCE Diamond. That's 22-48-9. As well as their teammate, Tech Tigers. That is 19-4-11.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got 26112 Organized Anarchy and 18438 Wolfpack Machina.
Who here is looking to see the underdog win the day? Who is looking for a Red Alliance victory?
And who's rooting for the Blue Alliance?
All right.
Before we get this match started, we are going to do the obligatory Massachusetts handshake. Teams, please walk around the edge of the field, shake hands with your opponent, and return to your original drive stations. It is exactly as chaotic as it seems. In like 5 years of doing this, we've never figured out a good way of doing the geometry. It's part of the tradition at this point. Just find the most awkward way possible to return to your drive station.
And when we're ready to play, when we do the 3, 2, 1, have them count it down. Together.
Okay. Then Red Alliance, thumbs up. Are we ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, referees, are we ready?
And with that, let's kick off this finals match in 3.
Count together with us.
Count down with us. In 3,
2, 1, go! We are off with all 4 robots on the field moving.
Tech Tigers are already moving, placing in their upper bucket as quickly as possible.
Wolfpack Machina over on the Blue Alliance, matching them almost sample for sample.
22-48-9, working to place their specimen, but having some issues, it would seem, in this finals match.
Organized Anarchy getting, looks like 3 specimens on the upper chamber.
1.
Red Alliance in the lead by 12 points. A great way to start off our teleoperated period for Alliance 2.
It is truly anyone's game. Wolfpack picking up off the spike mark, depositing into that high bin. Both of these teams playing at the top of their game.
Looks like Tech Tigers is fighting to get more pieces. Meanwhile, their partner GNCE Diamonds is working to place in the upper bucket.
Wolfpack rushing to get even more in that high bin. Red Alliance, they don't have many specimens on that upper chamber, but they've got a lot in store ready to score very soon.
Yep, both teams saving up, getting ready to score specimen after specimen. With only a 4-point difference between our alliances and 1 minute left, it so truly will come down to how quickly these teams can cycle through their specimens.
Both of these teams have a lot ready to go. Can they get them all on the upper chamber before the end of the game?
Red Alliance racing. Red Alliance racing to do so with Tech Tigers scoring one after the other.
It is still neck and neck. The score has swapped back and forth between favoring Red Alliance and favoring Blue Alliance so many times in the last 30 seconds as we head into the final end game of this match.
As we enter into the end game, both teams breaking the 200 and tied right now with only 20 seconds left in this match. It so truly will come down to climbing. It will come down to the last moment.
They are matching each other sample for sample and specimen for specimen. This is such a hotly contested match. This may come down to climbs.
Red Alliance already climbing up with Tech Tigers on the high and their partner on the low.
And that's the match.
I announce it or you announce? 10. I announce. All right, if Red Alliance wins this match, they are our Massachusetts state champions. If Blue Alliance wins this match, we play a winner-takes-all match 11. And with that, let's see what the scores were for finals match number 1. A Red Alliance victory! Congratulations to both of our teams, and congratulations to Alliance number 2.
One of the most closely contested finals matches I've ever seen in one of the most competitive states I've ever watched.
Thank you.
Truly impressive work from both alliances there. And congratulations to 22489 GNC Diamond and 19411 Tech Tigers, our Massachusetts state champions.
Thank you all so very much, referees.
Or invitations. Right.
I would like to go ahead and welcome back to the field the judges that helped us make all these decisions. Can we have judges come out here? And again, to any teams, you're going to be coming through this pathway and over here, high five all of our lovely judges, and then come around back. We're going to start with the Connect Award. The Connect Award is presented to the team that the judges feel most connected with their local science, technology, engineering, and math community. A true FIRST team recognizes that engaging their local STEM community plays an essential part in their success. The recipient of this award is recognized for helping the community understand FIRST, the FIRST Tech Challenge, and the team itself. I will first announce the second place winner who will The second place winners who will stand up and be recognized, but stay where you are, pretty please. The second place winners are 10331 Arc Hailstorm from Andover, Massachusetts. And the winners of our Connect Award is none other than 17218 Brookline Bots from Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. The next award is the Think Award. The Think Award is given to the team that the judges feel best reflects the journey of the engineering design process. The engineering portfolio is the key reference for judges to help them identify the most deserving team. This team's engineering portfolio focuses on the design and build stages of the team's robot and exemplifies their journey as a team and engineers. The second place winner is none other than 23286 Laser Robotics from Newton Center, Massachusetts. And now the winner of the Think Award is none other than 16021 Technomaniacs from Acton, Massachusetts. That's all I got. All right, and next up, we are going to recognize our finalists and winning alliances from our robot competition today. We are going to call the captain team and then the partner team. Please come down one team at a time and then go there to get your picture taken. And the first team down, please stay there for the second team to arrive so we can take a whole alliance photo with all of you. Our finalist alliance captain is 26112 Organized Anarchy from Weston, Massachusetts. And our finalist alliance partner is 18438 Wolfpack Machina from Beverly, Massachusetts.
Our winning alliance captain is 22489 GNCE Diamond from Weston, Massachusetts. And their partner is 19411 Tech Tigers from Sharon, Massachusetts. All right, next up is our Inspire Award. For Inspire Award, we have physical awards for all places that we are giving out today. So if you are any of the Inspire Award winners, please come down, go past our line of judges, past our little photo area, and back out and up into the stands. The Inspire Award is presented to the team that the judges felt truly embodied the challenge of the First Tech Challenge program. The team that receives this award is a strong ambassador for FIRST programs and works to promote FIRST and make it loud in their community. The team that receives this award has performed well in all judging categories and was chosen by the judges as a model FIRST Tech Challenge team, both on and off the playing field. This team shares their experiences, enthusiasm, and knowledge with other teams, sponsors, their community, and the judges. Working as a unit, this team will have shown success in performing the task of designing and building a robot. Our third place Inspire Award winner is 18438 Wolfpack Machina from Beverly, Massachusetts. Our second place Inspire Award winner is 4410 Arc Lightning from Andover, Massachusetts. And our first place Inspire Award winner is 19411 Tech Tigers from Sharon, Massachusetts. All right, and now I would like to bring up Jacob to discuss our advancement order and to thank our volunteers.
Thank you and congratulations, teams, for such a fantastic day here at the Massachusetts State Championship. I wanted, as a key volunteer for Massachusetts FTC, I wanted to recognize once again our amazing key volunteers for Massachusetts FTC. Our judge advisor, Bob Cullen. Our season head referees, Laura Hyab and John Robinson. Our load-in specialist, Paige Patz. Me, your season FTA. And the biggest thanks of all goes to our program delivery partner for Massachusetts, Rick Martin. So now, it is time for advancement, as it has been every time I've taken the mic this season. Can we have the scoring system on the screen, please? And we are advancing 4 teams to the to first championship here from the Massachusetts State Championship. Our first spot goes to our Inspire Award first place winner, Tech Tigers. Our second advancement goes to the winning alliance captain, GNCE Diamond. Our third slot would go to their partner, Tech Tigers, but they have already advanced. So our third slot is now our Inspire Award second place winner, Arc Lightning. Now, who has studied the manual, the competition manual, and knows their advancement order? It has changed this season, which means the fourth team advancing to first championship is Wolfpack Machina. Can I invite all 4 World Championship advancing teams to the center of the fields for a group photo? All 4 teams advancing to Worlds, please come to the center of the fields. Teams, please stay. We are announcing more advancements beyond this event. So hang out for a minute. I promise there is something to this. Stay in the stands, please. Get in. Right field. Thank you and congratulations to our World Championship advancing teams. Please send one mentor to talk to myself and Rick Martin before you leave today. But before that, we have 2 more events to talk about for advancement. One last photo. And now, if you have been paying attention to First Tech Challenge, there is a new type of event, a premier event. These events are similar to Worlds, smaller scale, but will have teams from all over the country, all over the world, and many different locations. We have 5 teams from the Massachusetts State Championship advancing to a premier event of their choice. And they are Team 26112, Organized Anarchy. 16021, Technomaniacs. 17128, Brookline Bots. 24256, Arc Sandstorm. And 3565, Ghost Robotics. They will be able to choose anywhere in the world to go to a premier event. Teams advancing to a premier event, make sure one mentor talks to me before you leave. I will be giving you some critical information. In addition to this, we have a New England premier event. And the New England Premier Event Committee has offered 4 advancement slots additionally, specifically to Massachusetts teams. And they are 23286 Laser Robotics. Team 4096, T-10. Team 0001, Team Unlimited. And finally, advancing to the New England Premier event is Team 7245, Big Green. Keep in mind, there may be additional slots or teams from Massachusetts invited to the premier event. If you were told you are advancing to an event, make sure one mentor talks to me before you leave today. I give the mic to Rick Martin for our final curtain today.
All right, thank you all so much for an amazing season. This has been amazing, and today was a great event. I won't hold you up any longer, but I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I've had so much support from mentors, from parents, from teams reaching out. Couldn't have done it without Wentworth offering all the support to make this event as professional as possible. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you for next season.